Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the African Knockout Championship Season 2024. This is, of course, the 5th fight night in the AKO regular season. This is also the AKO's 2nd time in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, Nigeria. My name, of course, is Oche Yongjolof Edache. Joining me on the commentator's desk today is Hugo Ndoma-Egba. Hugo, say something to the people.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, fight fans everywhere. We are finally back. My name is Hugo Fong Daddy Ndoma-Egba, and we are here for the African Knockout Championship 5th round. Today we're going to be bringing to you 9 energy-packed, high-octane, action-packed fights. And sit back, strap in, and get ready for a ride.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's card is featuring none other than Machine Gun Shegs, Segun Ogunnoiki. Ladies, as we go through the fight card, we're going to go through the preview of what the action for tonight will be. On the screen right now, you can see first fight of the evening, Abdul R. Sankara versus Daniel Iwoha in the lightweight division.
Andere Victor Odiwo versus Fatut Yusuf, all the way from Morocco and Kenya. This is why we're in the African Knockout Championship.
And we have Yahaya, Yahuza, Muhamed, Abuja favorites versus Emmanuel Christian, representing the African top team in the middleweight division.
And in the light heavyweight division, we have Dennis the Stone Johnson going versus Xavier Adams-Boa, the Ogre.
And we have James Opio versus Cornel, the Marine boxer, Thompson, in the lightweight division. That's one to look out for.
And in the women's bantamweight division, we have Amenan Kouassi versus Theresa Ajiboye.
And you know, ladies and gentlemen, the last time we had females competing in that very division, and we're having them in the female bantamweight division again tonight. As we go straight to the featherweight division, Kudzete Fred versus Jackiel, the smiling assassin, Ayana.
And we have a debutant in the light heavyweight division with Venatius Iyinagolu versus Melvin, the African sniper, Ugochukwu.
And then we have the main event of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. Kouadio Yao Marcel versus Abuja's very own Segun Machine Gun Shegs Ogunnoiki.
Oh, wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have high-level mixed martial arts action from the region of Africa, straight from the Federal Capital Territory. And we cannot wait. We have 9 action-packed fights. Make sure you stay glued to your seats and keep your eyes peeled on the action from the word go. So as we go through the rankings, it's important to remember where all our athletes stand. We have Daniel Big Shark Emeka with 8 points. 8 points, standing at the top of the division, followed by Flex Munwoy, who beat Machine Gun Shegs in the main event at AKO 4 in Abuja last time. Hugo, that was gave him 6 points and put him 2nd place in this very division. And number 3, we have Sheriff Drame, followed closely by Segun Ogunnoiki.
Well, you know how the African Knockout Championship runs. If you win a fight, you get 3 points. And then if you win by a knockout or a submission, you get 1 extra bonus point. So it's very important to get a win today, especially for Segun Ogunnoiki.
As we go into the featherweight division rankings, you see Ananias Mulumba standing high at the top of that division with 8 points, followed closely by Josias Musasa, both men from the DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, of course. 8 points equally shared between them. Jackiel, the smiling assassin, Ayana, who is fighting tonight, comes in 3rd with 4 points. Gasmier Diata as well, tied with 4, followed by Emmanuel Bernard. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the featherweight division standings. As we go into...
Jackiel is a very active fighter. I believe he was in AKO 4, and he's already in AKO 5. He had a loss in AKO 4, so I guess he's very eager to get back on that win column and get back up top on the board. And then in the women's bantamweight division, right there at the top, we have Juliet Chukwu. After her, we have Jabida Cynthia and everybody's favorite, Nigeria's very own Jane Osigwe.
As we move through this women's bantamweight division, you can see it is full of killers. But as we go forward tonight, only one person will be getting their ticket stamped to go to the playoffs. the playoffs where the champions, of course, will be crowned. As we look at the divisions, as we look at the light heavyweight division, we see Richard, the Shield Muzan, prominently absent from this one because he's already clocked his ticket to the playoffs with 8 points already, followed very closely by Xavier Adams Boa, who is fighting tonight with 4 points, followed very closely by Muhamed Juma, 3 points with him. Dennis the Stone Johnson fights Xavier Adams Boa as well, and he has 3 points. The light heavyweight division full of big boys, heavy power, the fights don't go long. As we go tonight, we look at the lightweight division. Hugo, tell us what we're seeing.
Well, we saw Daniel the Great Iwoha in his debut in AKO 4, and it was shot fight, and he got the 4 points, you know, so I'm sure he'll be fancying himself, trying to go all the way to the top, and he's coming up against James Opio, who is also a very vicious killer. I've never seen that much blood. In his fight against Abdulaziz, he was absolutely merciless. Elbows. I've never seen cuts that deep, so it'll be interesting to see how this one goes.
Really interesting to see how it goes. Ladies and gentlemen, just remember that the lightweight division is usually full of the most technical athletes. So keep your eyes peeled for the fight IQ that will be on display. Ladies and gentlemen, reminder that this is the African Knockout Championship Season 2024 as we make our return to Abuja. Hugo, the people at home have a lot of action to look forward to. And I think any moment from now, we'll have the fighters walking in. What should we be looking forward to in terms of the performances tonight?
Wow, I expect like high octane, like I said at the start. This is an action-packed fight card. And we have a few debutants, but I know these guys. You know, I know these guys. Yahuza Yahaya, it's his first time today, but I know that boy. They call him the Hawk. He calls himself Smile Strong, but at the gym, he's called the Hawk. And that boy spent all day, 2 weeks at the gym. You know, he came straight out of the room onto the mat. So he's been training very hard. And then I'll be looking forward to Xavier Adams Boa, the Ogre, as well. He was very impressive in his last fight. And our first fight today as well, Daniel Iwoha, he didn't waste no time. He was here for a good time, not a long time in his last fight as well. He ended that fight in about a minute. I hope he gives us some time to see all his skills today.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, with Hugo giving us the action, giving us a preview of the action, we have the tail of the tape on the screen right now. Daniel Iwoha versus Abdul Sankara. Ladies and gentlemen, the African Knockout Championship is live. This is straight from the ThisDay Dome in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. I am Ocheyoung Jolopedache, and joining me is
Hugo, the Funk Daddy, and Domagba.
I love that. And any moment now, the action will begin. It's really interesting to see the growth of the sport within the region of Africa. So much has happened. In the last 5 years, this sport has gone from something that was spoken about in whispers and hushed tones, and then you would just have the odd show here and there. But now we have athletes competing full time, and that blows my mind every time I think about it, because it's like watching a baby be born,
just grow
up, start walking,
and is running now. I think it's AKO 5.
MMA in Abuja. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet the fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the African Knockout Show Season 2024. This is the fifth fight night of the regular season. Proudly brought to you by Money Point, a reliable payment and blocking platform, Fidelity Bank, Abuja Continental Hotel, Green Hill, PAC Holding, Sport Assist, our medical partners. Our three judges scoring this contest from Gamma Pro are Solomon Bassi, Femi Oshutolu, Gabriel Uko, and our chief judge is Austin Joda. Our referee at the center of the ring is Chinasa Victor. And now, this is the moment that African MMA fans and our Abuja fans have been waiting for. We are live from ThisDay Dome at the Federal Capital Territory of Nigeria, Abuja. Let the knockout begin. This is a 5-minute fight in the 3 rounds of action in the AKO Championship Lightweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a Muay Thai fighter with a record of 4 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Ziga, Burkina Faso, Abdul Razak Sankara. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner is a grappler and a kickboxer with a record of 3 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, Danny the Great Huoha. Our referee at the center of the ring is Chinasa Victor.
Fighter, you ready? You ready? Fight!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first fight of the evening in the lightweight division. A reminder that this is between Danny the Great Iwoha versus Abdulrazak Sankara. Hugo, what are you observing so far?
Well, from what I can see, Sankara in the blue corner for the weight class is already very tall. I saw him in the back room. I couldn't believe how big he was for the weight class. You know, so it's going to be interesting. I think Daniel the Great Iwoha needs to watch out for those head kicks. And if he's going to grapple, he needs to watch out for those knees.
Really, really interesting observations. Watch out for the knees. And you see, it's interesting. Both men are fighting from opposite stances. So we have Abdulrazak Sankara with his right leg in front. That's the southpaw stance. Versus Danny the Great Iwoha in the orthodox stance, being the left foot in front. Distance management is the name of the game so far. Both men trying to manage the reach, using the foot, the calf kicks to generate damage in the opening portion of this round. Hugo, I would be thinking that Abdulrazak Sankara should be utilizing that jab and reach advantage. He's 6'1", but so far he's applying pressure, and we're not really seeing the jab work. What do you think?
Well, so far, this is the longest we've actually seen Daniel Iwoha fight in the African Knockout Championship, because his last fight was over by this time. He had put out his opponent in Emmanuel. So I guess we need to give Sankara some credit. Maybe he's showing some signs and there we go.
Danny the Great engaging in the grappling, which is what he's known for. You know, we said this in the preview to this fight, that this is going to be a grappler versus striking matchup. Danny the Great is a wrestler decorated from the African top team, and he has shot for his first takedown, and we have both men exchanging in the clinch. Hugo, do you think that this is going to be the name of the game so far? Striking from Abdulrazak Sankara, grappling from Danny Iwoha as they go to the ground.
Well, this is exactly what Iwoha needs to do, because he's going to have issues dealing with the reach and the range of Sankara. And like you said, Sankara has, you see, in those clinch situations, he has that Muay Thai pedigree. So he needs to watch out for those elbows and knees when they clinch. But I think this is exactly how Daniel Iwoha needs to fight. Yeah, he needs to close that distance.
Close the distance. And ladies and gentlemen, a reminder that when you're fighting orthodox to southpaw, the right body kick is always open from the man in orthodox. And the opposite is the same for the person in southpaw. So you should look to see them throw that body kick from the power side, either going to the body or to the head.
Iwoha needs to watch out for that left kick from Sankara. He keeps on chambering it up, and he's throwing a lot of ticks, with the jab. It doesn't look, it's very subtle, but he's throwing a lot of ticks with his hands, a few feints here and there, the head movement too, and then the left leg just comes,
The thing I like the most about him so far is his pressure and using that to get good real estate in the middle of the cage, because you see he keeps pressuring Danny the Great. Danny the Great has to move back, move to the left, move to the right, or explode. He's not the one pressuring, and that's largely because of the height and reach, but also because of those subtle ticks that you pointed out from Abdulrazak Sankara. Thank you.
Sankara knows Iwoha is decent with the grappling, so yeah, he needs to fight for as much distance as he can. The last thing he needs is his back against the fence, because this is what could happen. Finds himself in a clinch situation.
Something we need to pay attention to are those sneaky elbows off the clinch. And Abdulrazak Sankara has been utilizing that to great effect so far in this first round. They get in the clinch, he drops the elbow over the top. Left elbow, right elbow. And so far it's been working for him.
Oh, he's just trying to discourage. He's trying to discourage Iwoha. He's trying to discourage Iwoha from thinking about the clinching. But I still think Danny needs to find his range, close distance, and shoot for a takedown. He needs to test Sankara on the ground.
It does appear like the pressure is beginning to get to him, because the closer he gets to the cage, you see he has to explode and do something. And you just see Abdulrazak Sankara taking his time. He's not rushing. Beautiful left hook and solid right kick from Daniel Iwoha to counter. Beautiful work from both men so far.
They call him Dan the Great for a reason. And Sankara should not get complacent, because Dan can be very, very explosive. And that was a perfectly timed takedown.
Beautiful reversal with the whizzer over the right hand of Daniel Iwoha, beautifully controlling his weight and getting into the mount position. Hugo, this is something we haven't seen from either men so far in terms of grappling pedigree. And any moment from now, we should see elbows raining down. What do we look for now?
Well, he did say that he does have some jiu-jitsu, and he is showing great jiu-jitsu. He just seems to be getting to the position just quicker than Dan the Great, He's not going to get the choke in, but he's definitely winning this round.
10-second warning from the clapper, so Danny the Great should escape this round as we get into the end. Hugo, beautiful first round.
Yep.
Beautiful first round.
Yep.
What did you see, and what should we be looking for the people at home?
Well, that was a beautiful technical battle. Very, very, very beautiful technical battle. It's a 5-minute round, and you have 3 rounds, so you have to plan for 15 minutes, not 2 minutes. So it was nice to see that they paced themselves, and they started very technical. It was very technical. It's pretty much like a striker versus a mixed martial artist, in the striker being Sankara and the MMA artist being Iwoha.
And the thing now is, I'm curious to see how the strategies evolve over time, because, ladies and gentlemen, the highlights of the first round are coming on the screen as we speak right now. The level of the sport has gone up. You can see this first round is possibly the most measured first round we've had in the time that we've been covering fights with the AKO, and the level is only going to keep getting higher. That's exciting to me, Hugo.
Oh yes, it's interesting to see Danny the Great being pushed past 5 minutes, so we get to have a look at his gas tank and see if he has that tenacity, and how deep he can dig, when he's pushed.
As you see, that patented right hand into the right high kick was Danny Iwoha's pedigree for this round. I'm curious to see what adaptations are going to be made as we go into the second round. You can see 13 strikes thrown and 18 and only 13 and 39 thrown and 13 landed. As we go straight into the action of the second round, both men taking the center of the cage, fighting for superior real estate. As we go into the clinch, Abdulrazak Sankara not having any of that grappling and getting out of the way and getting his back off the cage as well.
It goes both ways. Defending a takedown can be quite exhausting, and shooting for a takedown can be quite exhausting. But you know what is more exhausting? Shooting for a takedown and not getting it. So I hope Dan is really going to have to show his tenacity and how deep he can dig, like I said earlier.
Both men exchanging inside calf kicks, and it's working. Danny the Great actually putting his tongue out at his opponent as if to say, come at me, bro, I'm ready.
Yeah, so I saw Sankara stretching just before the first round. and I was so impressed with how high his legs can go. Dad needs to watch out for that tip to the head.
Yeah, Dan does need to watch out for that tip to the head. Another thing we should be looking out for when you're having the orthodox versus southpaw is trading of the right hands. So, the left hand from the southpaw is the power hand, and then the right hand is the power hand from the orthodox fighter. So you're going to see both men trade right hands. Usually the southpaw fighter gets the better of those trades because most people are more accustomed to training against orthodox fighters. As we go into the clinch, you see Abdulrazak Sankara taking Danny the Great back and attempting to trip him. Hugo, what do you think he's trying to work for here?
So he did say he did some jiu-jitsu, but I saw his build, and I don't know why I was so naive to just think, oh, this guy is a striker kickboxer. He is showing some really, really, really decent jiu-jitsu, and I feel like he's in Dan the Great Warrior's head, you know, because he's thinking, this kid is better at the grappling than I thought.
Better at the grappling than I thought, indeed. And you see, the thing is the pressure. Taking control of all that portion. Oh, beautiful right hand from Abdulrazak Sankara. And you see the pressure? That's why you have Danny the Great's back to the cage. And that's not a good place to be because you can't, there's only so much backwards you can go.
Yeah, I see Dan the Great is trying to catch and shoot. So he's waiting for Sankara to throw a shot, and then he just wants to parry and shoot right off the shot. So I think that's an opportunity for Sankara. Danny War has done that twice. So he should just try and set up the counter to the counter. Wait for him to strike back and then strike back off.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we know that Danny the Great has beautiful entries on his takedowns because you even saw it in the first round. Abdulrazak Sankara threw a hook. Oh, solid right hand connection. Wobbling Danny the Great, baby. And now we have a bit more action. The audience getting into it in this second round. The pressure going up, the temperature going higher. Danny the Great hasn't shot for any takedowns this round.
I think the way Sankara has been defending the takedowns, and he has shown his proficiency in the clinch situations, not just elbows. He's been taking the back a few times. His underhooks are very good.
That right hand, he's trying to time the kick of Abdulrazak Sankara with the right hand, which is how you're trained to do it. But with a reach discrepancy this much, it can be difficult to get those counters landing because the person just has more space to work with than you do if they know how to use it. Inside leg kick, getting a big reaction from Danny the Great.
Oh, and he checked the response from Dan the Great. He's starting to get a really, really good response. If I was Sankara, I would shoot for a takedown, wouldn't I? I mean, but he's been successful everywhere. He's been successful with the striking. I guess he should keep it here then.
Beautiful counter from Danny the Great there. But you see, the thing now is those calf kicks are doing a great job of taking the attention of Danny the Great from his head to his feet. And that's why you saw a high kick get thrown in that quick succession, because Abdulrazak Sankara is trying to overload the central nervous system of this man's brain.
Oh, he's definitely got a reaction because Dan the Great Iwoha has changed. He's changed his stance. He's taken way too much damage on his right leg. I was waiting for that to happen. Perfect timing.
Oh.
But wow.
But then gets his back taken. Oh my God. Beautiful defense from Sankara. This kid is special. I wonder who he trains with the people in Burkina Faso, because if his skill level is this high, I'm wondering what his coaches and the rest of his team are like. Amazing.
Yes. What a debut. What a debut.
Ooh.
Oh, good judo as well. Oh my God.
Oh, boys are grappling now. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny the Great finally getting into the top position.
Oh, there's a grimace there from Sankara. Something's made him really uncomfortable, and I'm sure he's just trying to hang on to the end of the round. And to be honest, I think second round I give it to him as well.
What do you think that Danny the Great Iwoha should be trying to do right now?
Well, gas tank. I think he should stick to the game plan. Keep on trying to grapple Sankara. Test his gas. Test his gas.
And anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the second round. Danny the Great Iwoha from Port Harcourt versus Abdulrazak Sankara. And we had an action-packed first and second round. More pace, more tempo in the second round. And we're curious to see how things go as we go into the final round of the evening. Replays on the screen right now. You can see the tip from Danny the Great Iwoha to off-balance his opponent.
Oh,
solid
check.
right hook.
Perfect check hook.
Oh,
right
beautiful work from Abdulrazak Sankara. Really got his gears going in this second round, don't you think, Hugo?
Oh, yeah, he did. He did. But Dan the Great, too, has shown how hard he is. This boy is hard as nails because he has taken some heavy shots and I'm sure he was wobbled with one or two of those, but he just digs in, bites down on the mouth guard, and keeps going.
I'm curious to see if he will employ a more grappling-heavy approach. As we look at the stats on the screen right now, you can see 41 strikes thrown in total by Abdulrazak Sankara, 12 landing. And then you have 51 strikes thrown by Danny the Great Iwoha with 23 landing. It's going to be who wins the third round pretty much decides who is going to win this fight. As we have Chinyaza and Yogu squaring off both men, and we go right back into the action.
Dan the Great Iwoha needs a knockout or a submission. He needs to finish this fight because I think he's 2 rounds down. As for shooting for the takedowns, I think he should keep on shooting for the takedowns, but maybe not the double leg. Not the double leg. He needs to get another takedown, maybe end up in side control, you know, but he keeps on ending up in the sprawl of Sankara, and Sankara takes the back.
The thing is, some of these shots now are being taken out of desperation because of the amount of damage he has absorbed on that left calf and on the right side of his body. Remember, we pointed out that the power will come from the left hand from the southpaw as Danny the Great shoots to try to counter the low kick, but then the sprawl from Abdulrazak Sankara. This boy has drilled this in the gym. Hugo, you know what I'm talking about.
He needs to
get in reps, and you see he constantly tries to fish for the underhooks when he's in these positions. As now he applies pressure. This is jits with hits, jiu-jitsu with hits. Most people don't prepare for the hitting part of MMA when they practice jiu-jitsu, and it can come as a shock in the cage. Beautiful work.
So you see when he shot for the double leg, the same thing happened. But when he switched to the single leg, he was having some success there, and Sankara had to go back for the double underhooks and try and get back to like a double leg takedown and a sprawl kind of situation.
This is one of those situations where you really meet a fighter that can do what you can do and then can do what he can do a little better. In these situations, a bit of unpredictability can help. You need to flip the script. You need to change, give your opponent a different look. If striking hasn't been working, then let's grapple. If grappling hasn't been working, let's clinch. If clinch isn't working, let's feint more. There's always an option in combat sports, and that's what we're seeing both men trying to problem solve in real time.
This fight is going to go all the way down to the gas tank, and I think out of both fighters, although Sankara seems to be having the more success.
Solid right-hand connection made by Danny the Great Iwoha as both men grapple right in front of us on the cage.
I think Sankara is burning out, and I think Iwoha is just getting started. Sankara needs to just make sure he can finish this round standing, and I'm sure he's won. And Iwoha needs to maintain that pressure. He needs to finish Sankara.
Yeah. 3 5-minute rounds, and we have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in this third and final round of your opening bout of the evening. It's anyone's guess as to who is going to come out on top if this goes to the judges. So the onus is now placed on the fighters to try to end it emphatically by either submission or KO, as both men trade leather in the middle of the cage.
These were solid. He started off with a solid left shot to the stomach, which is a very go-to move for a southpaw. And then he followed up with a cross and another cross. And then now he's stopped to take down.
We need to watch for the knees as they get up. Watch from the knees from Abdulrazak Sankara, letting him get back to his feet. Perhaps content with this portion of the fight because he knows that he's getting the upper hand.
Oh, solid left.
Left straight.
Solid left straight.
So power left straight. Oh, he needs to keep that right hand up when he throws that calf kick because Danny the Great can time him with a right hand of his own.
Both fighters obviously very tired now. They have left it all out there, man. They have left it all out there. Very impressive performance from both fighters. But I give it to Sankara at this point. It's been such an impressive debut.
And you see, this is his debut. He has 1 minute and 10 seconds left as he tags Danny the Great Iwoha. Both men smelling blood and attempting to try to end. Oh, that was a solid left hand from Abdulrazak Sankara as he throws that left high kick. The man from Burkina Faso is making a point to the judges that he's here to win.
Wow. This is Dan the Great. This is Dan the Great. That boy take a hit. That boy can take a hit. Oh my God, Sankara is leaving nothing behind. He is chambering up and shooting.
Because the power comes from the left side on the southpaw, your right hand has to be up at all times when you're fighting a southpaw.
Bro, if you don't block those properly with 2 hands, you can break a hand.
You can break your forearm, my brother.
What?
Which is crazy. Ladies and gentlemen, both men employing a grappling heavy approach as we go into the final 20 seconds of this third round of fight 1 in the lightweight division. Danny the Great Iwoha versus Rafael Abdulrazak Sankara.
Sankara with the foot stomps there. Thank you very much, Kamaru, the Nightmares man.
Inspiring a whole generation of African fighters,
yeah.
Kamaru. Foot stomps off the cage.
You have that clinch by the fence. Oh, wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we go into a judge's decision, Abdulrazak Sankara from Burkina Faso versus Danny the Great Iwoha has just come to a close. Both men having their hands up in victory to send positive body language signals to the judges to let them know that they are confident in their performance. Hugo, what did you think about that fight?
Well, it's the African Knockout Championship, and we bring you the best of the best of the best. That was just the first fight, so you can imagine what's coming next. That was such a beautiful fight to watch. A good clash of styles. I think I'll give it to Sankara, but I'm not a judge.
The thing is, the thing that matters most in combat sports is effective damage. It's about how much damage you have done. As we go through the highlights of this bout, we should be seeing all those subtle ticks that Hugo was pointing out in the striking of Abdulrazak Sankara. This was a beautiful, beautiful fight in the lightweight division. Right hand into right high kick. That was the signature move from Danny the Great Iwoha.
Oh, he threw that a few times. And Abdul Sankara seemed to have an answer for it. It was a jab cross and the rear kick, which is a very go-to Muay Thai move.
Solid teep landing from Danny the Great Iwoha there, off-balancing his opponent. And Danny the Great took damage from Abdulrazak Sankara. So much damage. Left hook, right hook.
There, no?
Oh, he was rocked. Even walking after the fight, you could see him really trying to compose himself. And this was the grappling exchange that got reversed by Abdulrazak Sankara, the man from Burkina Faso. 23 years of age, but fighting impressively.
He must have drilled that so many times. Every time he shot with a double leg, he always ended up in a 50-50 with underhook. Straight, taking the back. And I mean, he's so tall, you know, he's so tall. So, perfect cross.
Solid cross. And coming right back in, measuring the distance excellently as we have Emmanuel announcing the results.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecard. And the 3 judges score this contest. Here is your winner by unanimous decision, Abdul Sankara!
Ladies and gentlemen, Hugo's prediction appears to be accurate. Abdulrazak Sankara from Burkina Faso, the 23-year-old fighter, takes it over Danny the Great Iwoha in a standard grappler versus wrestler matchup. As we have the statistics from this fight on the screen, you can come to your own conclusions as to how this fight played out. Both men showing respect in the center of the cage, because that's what martial arts are about.
Oh, so nice to see. You know, I mean, when you trade leather, you definitely earn respect. You know, it's a gentleman's sport at the end of the day.
It is a gentleman's sport at the end of the day. Look at the punches thrown and punches landed. Total strikes, 124 thrown by Abdulrazak Sankara. 56 of those landing, so just under 50% significance, or rather strike landing percentage on his end. Another thing to pay attention to were the takedowns. 11 takedown attempts from Danny the Great Iwoha, and only one succeeding. Only one takedown attempt from Abdulrazak Sankara. Ladies, gentlemen, this is of course the African Knockout Championship season 2024. I am here with Hugo Ndoma Egba. That is it for the first fight. Danny the Great Iwoha versus Abdulrazak Sankara, and we will see you after a short break.
Money Point. Exceptional.
Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just use my Money Point card to pay.
Savings or current?
Using Money Point has been pure bliss.
What's up, guys? It's the Nigerian Nightmare, Kamaru Usman, and it is with great pleasure that I want to inform you guys that AKO's own Josiah Musasas, the KO Wizard, will be getting an opportunity on September 10th to compete on the Dana White's Contender Series.
Bonjour la famille, je suis Josias Musasa. Merci à AKO, merci à Ousmane Kamaru. Et je vous promets que je vais vous rendre fier. Merci.
We want to wish Musasas the very best, and of course, go and show them that African power. Good luck, my man.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, welcome. The first fight just concluded in the lightweight division. We had Danny the Great Iwaha. He lost to Abdulrazak Sankara. And a reminder, this is from the ThisDay Dome in Abuja, African Knockout, presenting to you the highest level of mixed martial arts action in the region. As any moment from now, we will be going into fight 2, which takes place in the featherweight division. This is between Andere Victor Odiwo versus Faout Yusuf. As you can see the replays from the first fight on the screen, just in case you missed it. Abdulrazak Sankara landing beautiful left hands and right hands. Hugo, what were your observations from that first fight?
Such a good fight. Perfect counters. You know, the boys, both of them were so technical, and it was such a beautiful fight to watch. If you missed it, oh well, I'm sorry, but you still have 8 more fights you can watch, you know, and you don't want to miss those.
The bad news is you missed the first fight, but the good news is you have 8 more to go into. Ladies and gentlemen, the statistics from the first fight, we have punches landed and takedowns. Those were the things that made victory or defeat in this first fight. 11 takedown attempts by Abdani the Great Iwaha, and only 1 by Abdul Razak Sankara. Ladies, gentlemen at home, second fight is going to be in the featherweight division. Featherweight division fights are usually highly technical because the smaller men have a higher gas tank and more dexterity, more to move, more to work with, and we can't wait to see the action from the featherweight division. Hugo, what should we look forward to as we go into this? Because it's your division. Remember, when you used to compete, you were a featherweight. And I'm sure you're still a featherweight because you spar with the guys at Taurus Martial Arts all the time. Yeah. What should we look forward to as we go into this second fight?
We should be looking for a lot of technicality, a lot of speed. People take the featherweights for granted, but those boys pack a punch too, you know, so we should be looking for a lot of power. We should be looking for blood because these guys will throw a lot of punches. I expect a lot of scrambles in the grappling situations, so this should be fun. And then both of them are debutants, and yesterday at the face-off, they did not shake hands. So I guess there's some bad blood there.
As we have the fighter making his walk to the cage right now. I believe that is Faout. That is Andere Victor Odiwo. Andere Kouadio is from Kenya, and he is 26 years of age.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 5-minute 3 rounds of action in the AKO Championship Featherweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a professional MMA fighter with a record of 5 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Homa Bay, Kenya, Andre Bantamweight. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner is a professional MMA fighter with a record of 1 win, no loss. Fighting out of Casablanca, Morocco, Fayut Super Saiyan Yahuza. Our referee at the center of the ring is Chinasa Victor.
Ladies and gentlemen, featherweight division in fight 2 of the evening on the African Knockout Championship season 2024. Hugo, let's walk through this opening seconds. We have Faoud Yusuf from Morocco versus Andre Kouadio from Kenya. So both men aren't even from Nigeria, and that's why it's the African Knockouts.
Well, if Odiwa is friends with James Opio, then I'd say he's a very dangerous individual. These Kenyan boys, they come with a lot of power. But Fouad Yusuf has taken like 2 heavy shots and he's still in the kitchen.
Really nice and spry on his feet. I like the footwork so far. I wish the head movement was a bit more proactive, but however, it's working out for him so far, managing the reach, managing the distance.
He needs to keep his chin down, because every time Odiwo comes at him, when he moves back, I see him put his head back, but his chin is up, you know.
Another thing is that this is only his second MMA fight. He has a record of 1 fight, 1 win, and 0 losses and 0 draws, as he lands a solid body kick on Andre Victor Idiwo. Shooting for a takedown is Fouad Yusuf. Hugo, let's walk through the ground positions.
Well, I was going to say he seems like a very calm fighter, and he's weathered the storm. And the timing of that takedown was textbook. And yep, you can't get a guillotine from half guard, and he knows that, you know. So
beautiful pass, pass.
Side control.
Yes, excellent work as he tries to work his way into mount. Any moment from now, that right leg should step over the right leg of Andre Victor Odiwo. But Victor Odiwo doing a good job. Oh, solid balance, beautiful dexterity.
Oh, beautiful takedown. Very beautiful takedown. And he ended up in a dominant position, and now he has the crowd on his side. Fouad's coming all the way from Morocco. Would have needed that. He would have needed that. That was just beautiful.
Fouad Yusuf, of course, from Casablanca, here from Morocco, showing us high-level mixed martial arts action. Andre Victor Odiwo should not be written off, because the game of combat sports is about adaptation and learning. You're trying to solve problems with high stakes. As you have Fouad Yusuf engaging in the grappling exchange again, perhaps he's felt the strength of Andre Victor Odiwo, and he's like, okay, I think I can grab this guy. I think I can hang with this guy. Yep. Hugo, if you were in this position now, what is a way to deter the aggression from this man as his confidence surges?
I think he has found his path to victory. Odiwo needs to stop getting lifted, because this is just going to keep on playing on his confidence, you know. And Yusuf just keeps on ending up in side control. He needs to invest in some elbows, because it's a very good, very good position. He needs to invest, maybe get caught on Odiwo's face, give him something else to think about. But this is a very strong round from Yusuf.
It is a very strong round from Fouad Yusuf, and we have 2 minutes and 10 seconds left to even work with. So there's still so much time to work in this grappling exchange. It's the first round. They're not as exhausted, and now as he applies the pressure, he changes the levels. We go from grappling on the floor to striking as we sat up. You need to constantly give your opponent different looks. We talked about that earlier on the broadcast. Beautiful work so far.
Oh, this is mixed martial arts, baby. Mixed martial arts. You got to pull all the tricks out of your pocket, put on all your skills. If you're just good at striking or you're just good at grappling, oh boy, that's not going to work.
Oh, you can see it. Fouad Yusuf is looking for those takedowns.
Textbook.
You can see he's waiting for the overextension on the right hook so that he can easily go under it, make his way to his opponent's hit, and secure the takedown. Sorry.
That's 3 different types of takedowns. Fouad Yusuf has showed. He showed us he has a big repertoire now. The power, he's letting it go now. He can smell blood. He can smell blood.
He can smell blood.
And he's trying to set up that head and arm triangle.
He is trying to set up the hard, but he has full mounts now. And I'm sure at any moment he's going to post and create separation in order to rain down elbows and do damage.
Oh boy, these are vicious elbows.
Oh,
Odiwo has about a minute to hang in there.
He has 50 seconds to be precise. And 50 seconds in this position will spell cuts, it will spell blood. He needs to be proactive. It is exhausting.
He's trying to hip bump, but Yusuf is way too high. It's such a good position he's got there. He's got his knees right there in the armpits.
And you can see him. Mixed martial arts, of course, a very messy game. None of the things that you do in training happen exactly how you do them. On fight night, anything can happen. And you have Fouad Yusuf in the full mount position at this point, perhaps trying to secure an arm, but secure one arm for a Kimura. Oh, Kimura attempt. If he can extend. Oh, beautiful work. Switching. When he heard the clapper, this boy has excellent cage awareness. He heard the clapper and instantly knew that the better thing to do would be to make an emphatic statement in front of the judges. Excellent work. First round, solid statements made. Beautiful.
What a round. Very impressive work for Fouad Yusuf. Very impressive. He has everything, doesn't he? He knows how to strike and bang. He's good on the ground. Perfect takedowns. Good top control. Transitions to side control. Full mount. He's everywhere.
You know, Morocco has a very strong combat sports culture. You remember Badr Hadi, back boy. That was the heavyweight champion of kickboxing in glory. They produce high-level athletes there. And this kid, he's only 31 years of age, but you can see the wrinkles in his game. Only in his second fight and landing these takedowns, variety in the striking, and it's been beautiful to watch. Oh, his head landing on the floor.
He was so close to getting spiked, you know. But that was perfectly legal. That was a perfectly legal slam. This is not jiu-jitsu, ladies and gentlemen. Slamming is totally allowed in MMA as long as you do not spike your opponent.
As we can see on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, 23 strikes thrown by Fawad Yusuf, 12 landed. As we go into the second round, we have our referee Chinaza and Yoku ushering both men into action.
Well, I hope the Panther Victor Odiwo has his wits about him, and I hope his corner has given him a better way to deal with the problem from Casablanca right in front of him, because he is really showing why he's called the Super Saiyan.
And you see something that I find interesting. Solid fight IQ from Victor Odiwo. He knows that the power comes from the right side, and that's why he's constantly making all his movements with his footwork to his right, so that he circles out of the way. But you see, something I really like about Fawad Yusuf is his occupying of the center of the cage. All that real estate that he has behind him is just more tools that he can pull out from while striking or fighting his opponent. And it's beautiful to see. It's those subtle things that make the difference between victory and defeat, as he lands a beautiful left hook.
Well, you can see what Yusuf is doing, and I guess that's why Odiwo is being very tentative, you know. Yusuf just seems to have an answer for everything. I think Odiwo is still trying to figure out his path to victory. That
was an elbow that landed from Andre Victor Odiwo just as he went past his opponent. Perhaps stunning Fawad Yusuf. Fawad Yusuf shaking his head and saying, no, that leg kick didn't hurt. But you see what tagging him with the jab clean while centering, taking the center of the cage deftly. Smart fighting. High fight IQ on display from Fawad Yusuf from Morocco.
I think Odiwo has finally found some success, you know, after landing that right hook, followed by the elbow. Perfect timing.
The kid in this 31-year-old
perfect timing
ring in this, he has a polish to his mixed martial arts game that Andre is lacking. He's able to switch from striking to grappling to clinch work on a whim. That comes from drilling and repetition, and it's just beautiful to see on display come fight nights.
I'd say he's primarily a grappler, but like he's definitely worked on striking, so he knows how to defend the strikes and how to time his entries and the timing on his takedowns, and the way he just transitions into a very dominant position, you know, straight into the full mount. And it's such a high mount as well. He never even gave a duel.
Attacking the armbar.
Armbar, I think he has it.
No, he doesn't have it. The hand is not hyperextended yet. If he rolls
close.
over,
he has it.
Now he has it. Ladies and gentlemen, fighting for that arm. He needs to roll onto his right shoulder. He needs to roll. He needs to make separation between.
He needs to clear Yusuf's right leg and get his head across. Or he needs to get his right hand to his left hand. He needs to try and windmill out of there. There's a windmill escape right there. There it is. Oh, no. Okay, that works. You can get your legs involved. But this is so close.
stand to announce the winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had our winner at the second round at exactly 2 minutes 56 seconds. Here is your winner by amber submission, Field Super Saiyan Yahuza!
To come, 7 more fights, ladies and gentlemen. Faoud Yusuf putting all of us on notice, winning by submission in the second round. Mutual respect showed by both competitors. Hugo, featherweights coming out, doing their thing, and it's just beautiful to see.
Well, I told you, do not write off the featherweights, man. We come with that action. We bang. We're technical, man. We do the right things, and that was such a way to introduce himself to the African Knockout Championship. You know.
And you know, the thing now is, we keep talking about this. The region of Africa is surging. So many people coming out. We just saw Josiah Musasa going to the Dana White Contender Series to compete, and he's made his start in the African Knockout. So this is Africa putting Africa's best on display, and the AKO is here to tell the story as we report from the ThisDay Dome in Abuja, Nigeria. Hugo, it's just an honor to be doing this beside you, man.
To be honest, I wouldn't lie, man. I got emotional and I almost broke into tears. But
Ladies
we'll be right back.
Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Money point, exceptional.
Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just used my money point card to pay.
Savings or current? Using money point has been pure bliss.
As a Fidelity customer, you can take your bank with you wherever you go on our mobile app and star 770 # instant banking platform. Open up a world of opportunities and banking from anywhere without data or internet connection using the code star 770 #. Need to transfer funds? No problem. Pay bills from the comfort of your home? No problem. Buy airtime and check data on the move. Account balance, account opening, and more. No problem. At home or on the go, our mobile app offers all the convenience of online banking, as well as being able to apply for fast loans and earn loyalty reward points. Fidelity Electronic Banking. Take your bank with you wherever you go. We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a recap of the second fight of the evening. Faout Yusuf from Casablanca, Morocco, showing up and putting us on notice, ending it emphatically in the second round with ground and pound action, finishing with a submission by a beautiful armbar. Andre Victor Odiwe couldn't even be mad. Stood up, hugged his opponent after taking the L. Beautiful work so far. As you see the replays on the screen, Faout Yusuf changing levels, going from the body to the head, grappling, clinching, taking down, showing us all the wrinkles of mixed martial arts in his game. It's beautiful.
I think we have to give a lot of credit to Victor Odiwe. I can't believe he lasted that long in the armbar attempt, you know.
He really adjusted, squirming, trying to attempt the windmill escape, as you pointed out, but he was just a level above his opponent. Oh, beautiful, trying to step over, but then adjusting with the right leg to generate beautiful leverage on that joint in order to snap it out of its position.
You see
Excellent
the control on his chin with his right leg is the reason Odiwe could not get his right hand to his left hand and try and help himself out there.
As we go through the statistics, 23 strikes thrown in total by Faout Yusuf, 12 of those landing, 28 and only 9 from Andere Odiwe. But then what made and broke this fight for either man was takedowns. 4 takedowns by Faout Yusuf, 4 of them landing, and 1 of them in the final moments of that second round ended in an armbar. Ladies and gentlemen, a reminder that this is the African Knockout Championship Season 2024 as we go into Fight 3 of the evening. This takes place in the middleweight division as we have the tail of the tape on the screen right now.
Oh, this is a very exciting fight, and I know both fighters very well. Actually, I know Yahaya Muhamed even better because I train with him, and he's one of the strongest men I have ever faced or seen in my life. But he's going against Emmanuel Christian today, and his nickname is the Superman. You do not get that nickname for not being very strong, freakishly strong. And Emmanuel Christian has been unlucky in his last 2 fights. Very good performances, but he lost. So this should be very interesting and action-packed.
It's going to be an action-packed set of fights tonight as we go into the middleweight division. Any moment from now, we are about to meet our fighters as we go right into the walkouts.
and gentlemen, this is a 5-minute 3 rounds of action in the AKO Championship Middleweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a professional MMA fighter with a record of 3 wins and no loss. Fighting out of Lagos, Nigeria, Yahaya, Smart Strong, Yahuza. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner is a professional kickboxer with a professional MMA record of 1 win, 2 losses. Fighting out of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, Emmanuel Superman Christian. Our referee at the center of the ring is Chinasa Victor.
This is fight 3 taking place in the middleweight division.
Right, you ready?
We have Yahaya
You
Yahuza Muhamed
Fight!
versus Emmanuel Christian. Both men 23 years of age as they take the center of the cage. Mutual respect shown, touching the gloves. Let's go. Solid outside leg kick.
It's obvious who the crowd favorite is. They've been going crazy out here. Yahuza, Yahuza.
Okay, so it seems like the outside leg kick approach is what is going to be taken by both men as we start this first round of the 3rd fight of the evening.
Well, I can assure you Yahuza is going to shoot for a takedown very soon. So Emmanuel Christian should not get comfortable and think this is some sort of striking exchange, man.
Emmanuel Yahuza shooting for the double leg as Hugo predicted, like Nostradamus on a Saturday evening. Excellent work. Now let's see what he can do with the dominant position. Hugo, you've rolled with this guy and you've sparred with him before. What should we be expecting as we go into this action?
Well, I hope Emmanuel Christian has very good jiu-jitsu because he's on his back. So I would have said wrestling, but he's already he didn't defend the takedown and he's already on his back. So I'm hoping he has good jiu-jitsu because this is a very, very dominant position for Yahuza. He can sleep here. This is his bread and butter. I just think Emmanuel Christian should make sure he keeps his posture broken and he does not allow him to frame, or definitely not allow him into a full mount position.
And this is the problem now is when these middleweights are heavy, so all that pressure that you're having to deal with, all that pressure is even higher with the weight classes and with all the weights that they are moving around. So now Emmanuel Christian must be feeling the pressure even doubly because of all that extra weight from Yahaya Yahuza Muhamed. Excellent work.
And at this point, you know, both fighters are very dry. There's no sweat, so but Yahuza needs to be careful. If Emmanuel Christian can get a hook in, I'm sure it'll be easy for him to get his head out and take the back.
The beautiful thing on display right now is Yahaya Yahuza Muhamed's control of that right hand. That's what is stopping Emmanuel Christian from being able to defend himself.
What tenacity.
Oh, but beautiful, getting right back up to his feet. These boys are in shape, Hugo.
What tenacity from Emmanuel Christian. Oh, but Yahuza has just showed you he's just not a wrestler or mixed martial artist.
He's a judoka.
He's a judoka. That's actually his pedigree. Lots of you might not know this, but that's actually where he started, judo.
And you see, judo gives such an advantage in the sport of MMA because there are moments where people think that they are trying to clinch, but then you will see a skilled judoka just maneuver and manipulate your center of gravity, and you just find your back on the ground. And that's what we just saw.
Are you telling me? I went to a grappling tournament one time and I was unlucky to run into a judoka black belt for my first round or my first bout. Every time it was just air, Hugo. You know, when they get you in those grips, you need to be careful. You got to make sure your hips are higher than their hips.
You know something I like about Yahaya Yahuza Muhamed? It's the fact that he's relentless. He's attacking the head. He starts to shoot for elbows. He's secluding the arm. He's elbowing the body. He's very dynamic in his approach on the ground. And
Christian needs to be careful because if he gives his back to Smile Strong, it's a wrap, you know.
The body language not looking very convincing on the side of Emmanuel Christian. Chinasa Anyogu watching closely, intensely. He will try to step in on this action if Emmanuel Christian does not defend himself intelligently?
Well, I guess the ref thinks he's still defending himself intelligently, and we have to give a lot of credit to Emmanuel Christian. The kid has heart, because since the first round, or since the first minute,
can I just say that the level of mixed martial arts that the AKO now puts out consistently is really impressive. None of these fights are washes. Everything is active. Everything, boys are utilizing all the tools in their tool belt to try to get that dub, and it's beautiful to see. I've said beautiful so many times this evening.
I mean, now it's believable. You know, I was getting emotional, but it was nice to see that a lot of the fighters were also getting emotional, and they appreciate that this is actually a big stage, and big things are happening in the MMA scene. You know, Josiah Musasa is in Dana White's contender, so now the dream is believable, and I'm sure all these boys would want to work hard and show everything they've got.
The game has changed. The game has changed. Oh, up kick landing unintentionally from Emmanuel Christian, it seems. As we have the 10-second count remaining, this first round comes to a close. Hugo, I know that you train actively with Yahuza, and I know that you have expectations for him in this fight. Is he living up to them?
Yeah, he is. He is. He definitely is. I expected a lot of grappling from Yahuza, a lot of control on the ground, a lot of top-heavy control, some ground and pound. And he has been working on his striking. We worked a lot on his striking. So it's also nice to see the boy can bang as well.
It's beautiful. It's one of the things that I've observed this evening, is that the boys from Taurus Martial Arts, having those minds like Chidi, and having Machine Gun Sheks, who is the main event this evening, it translates into beautiful takedown attempts like this, where boys know their options, they know what they should be chasing, they know how to seclude and secure arms and keep limbs in place so that you can't defend yourself from the incoming onslaught. It's an elevation of the game that we didn't see 5 years ago. It's taking place rapidly, and it ties in carefully with what you said about boys knowing that the dream is real now. You can get to the UFC by being here. They're fighting for their dreams. That's why they're fighting so hard.
It's
Hugo,
so
what do you see on the
beautiful to watch
stats so far from the screen?
Well, from what I see on the stats, I see one fighter being a lot more active than the other. I think Emmanuel Christian and his corner need to work on some takedown defense, and maybe they need to throw some more knees to discourage Yahuza from the takedown. And he needs to invest in his striking nice and early.
Chinasa and Yogo ushering us straight into the second round. Emmanuel Christian having a massive welt above his right eye, looking to his corners for quick advice before this round goes. And now we're into the second round. Yahuza occupying the center of the cage.
That's exactly what Emmanuel Christian needs to do. He needs to pop his shots and then get back to a safe space, so he's ready to sprawl whenever Yahuza shoots.
I think one of the things we're seeing right now is that Emmanuel Christian is wise to the fact that Yahuza likes to shoot for that double leg, and now he's being reactive in the sense that he's not trying to throw first because he wants to be able to react to that incoming shot.
Oh yeah,
it's a double-edged sword because it keeps you safe, but then you're not doing damage when you're being defensive.
Oh yeah, he needs to stick to going in and out. In and out. That's his best option. He needs to keep Yahuza on notice, and then maybe get some respect with his power, you know? Some respect with his power, and discourage Yahuza from shooting.
Yahuza doing an excellent job of occupying the center of the stage. Can you see him walking to his left to cut the trajectory of Emmanuel Christian? Emmanuel Christian is like a caged animal right now, and he has to fight his way out of that cage, which is difficult to do, and it's hard and intensive on the gas tank as well.
He needs to stop backing up, because he's limiting his options, you know. The more he stays by the cage, the more vulnerable he is for a takedown.
And Yahuza taking this expertly to the ground. This is the approach that you expected and you called out from him. Strong judoka, strong ground game, heavy top pressure, and it's paying heavy dividends so far.
And he's just going to try and keep him on the fence, limit his options, and grind. But very, very, very good job from Emmanuel Christian defending the full mount there, but he's given up his back, and he needs to be careful. He needs to protect the neck.
With someone like Chidi, the resident ninja, Nwankwo in your corner, you know that the ground-heavy approach, the grappling game is going to be sealed up tight. And you can see that paying heavy dividends for Yahuza right now, because so far he's been the hammer this entire fight, never been the nail, and it's working out well, working out excellently for him.
Well, these boys must be in very good shape, because they're still not breaking a sweat yet. And this is playing to Smile Strong, Yahuza Muhamed's favor, because, okay, now we do have a little bit of sweat, but they're not that sweaty, you know, and it's so hard for Emmanuel Christian to wriggle out of there, you know.
And the thing is that, another thing is this amazing venue, the ThisDay Dome, it's really cool inside of here. So I imagine that there's not as much incentive to sweat. Even though they are doing high intensity activity, it's a really nice venue. So shout outs to the AKO for putting that together.
That was beautiful effort from Emmanuel Christian, managing to get back to his feet. But now he needs to fight for his second underhook. And then he needs to get his hips involved. You know, his stance is a bit too narrow. He needs to get wider and really fight off this takedown, because Yahuza is going to go for it again.
Wider and lower. He needs to really hide and obscure that center of gravity.
Wow.
Spinning back elbow being thrown and grazing off the temple of Emmanuel Christian. Emmanuel Christian landing a solid right hand in the exchange, which seemingly wobbled Yahuza. Yahuza about to trip him to the floor. And Emmanuel Christian getting right back to his feet.
Very good takedown defense. He needs to watch out with his fingers. What a suplex. And that's exactly what we expect from Smile Strong.
That is what we expect. High level judo, mixed martial arts, combat sports, everything just on display. Emmanuel Christian taking a submissive posture. The referee Chinasa and Yogu watching. At any point in time, looking for some sign of life, defending himself intelligently. That's what the referee is looking for. He's trying. But the pressure from Yahuza is crushing. Any moment now, ladies and gentlemen. Any moment now.
Oh, wow, ref.
Chinasa and stepping in. It's over.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Smile Strong, and the crowd goes wild. The crowd goes wild. The crowd goes wild. Definitely a fan favorite. Big fan favorite, Yahuza Muhamed. And what a way to introduce yourself to the African Knockout Championship. What a debut. But I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, I am not surprised. I am not surprised. The package comes as advertised.
All right, and that was just fight 3. This is your friendly reminder that we still have 6 more of these to go. I hope my lungs can take the extra pressure, but I have Hugo right beside me to support me every step of the way.
I think I'm gonna cry. I think I'm gonna cry. Oh my God. I can't believe this is happening in Abuja. Yeah, this is what we've been waiting for. AKO 5. Is this not, are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Are you not entertained?
What a performance.
Yahaya, Yahuza, Muhamed winning in dominant fashion in the second fight of the evening, as we have the highlights and replays on the screen. Excellent work secluding that right hand in order to limit the defensive options of Emmanuel Christian and rain ground and pound. Beautiful work from Yahuza Muhamed.
Beautiful inside leg trip. That didn't work out. He transitioned to the Harai Goshi. What a beautiful hip toss. He was just dominant. Good takedowns. We have to give credit to Emmanuel Warrior. It was such a losing battle, but he stayed in there. He stayed in there and showed. Oh boy, that was a lot of tenacity, you know.
The tenacity. So that was the shot that looked like it landed, but it actually just bounced off the left shoulder of Yahaya Yahuza Muhamed. And this was the slam that got the crowd on its feet. Everybody understood that this boy was fighting for his dreams. As we go with Emmanuel in the middle of the cage to announce the results of this third fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 minutes, 25 seconds of the second round, we have our winner by TKO. Yahaya! Smile Strong! Yahuza!
There you have have it. Your winner of this third fight of the evening from the middleweight division is none other than Yahaya Yahuza Muhamed, winning by TKO, 4 minutes and 25 seconds left in the second round, giving us the dance moves, showing us that he's the full package, an entertainer, a fighter, and a warrior at heart. Excellent work.
Oh my God. Hey, that's fight number 3. And we promised you one hell of a show. We told you to strap in and get ready for one hell of a ride. I hope you have your seatbelts on, because if you don't, I'm sure you are somewhere on the floor right now. What a fight. What a debut. What a way to introduce yourself to the African Knockout Championship.
Without a scratch on his face. 113 strikes thrown, 93 of those landing. That means that he had close to over a 90% strike percentage landed in this third fight. That's amazing. That is scary.
You know why those strikes were landing? Those strikes were landing because he was right on top of his opponent. They were like ground and pound punches.
And you know, they say it all the time. You need to pursue the position before you go after the submission. And that's what you saw him do. Taking his time, working through those positions subtly, maneuvering his opponent till he got the finish. The referee, Chinasa Anyogu, watching closely for any sign of intelligent defense and seeing none in that second round. I can hear the TMA boys screaming behind me. Ladies and gentlemen, we will return shortly after this break.
Exceptional. Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just used my money point card to pay.
Savings or current? Using money point has been pure bliss.
What's up, guys? It's the Nigerian Nightmare, Kamaru Usman, and it is with great pleasure that I want to inform you guys that AKO's own Josiah Musasas, the KO Wizard, will be getting an opportunity on September 10th to compete on the Dana White's Contender Series.
Bonjour la famille, je suis Josiah Musasa. Merci à AKO, merci à Ousmane Kamaro. Et je vous promets que je vais vous rendre fier. Merci.
We want to wish Musasas the very best, and of course, go and show them that African power. Good luck, my man.
2024. The first portion of your fight card is over. 3 fights, just like that, done. We have Abdul Razak Sankara defeating Daniel Iwoha via unanimous decision in the first fight, followed very closely by Faoud Yusuf defeating Andre Victor Odiwo by submission. That armbar was beautiful. And then we have Yahuza Muhamed, definitely going to eat some suya tonight, defeating Emmanuel Christian by technical knockout in the second round. And that's just the first 3 fights. The good news, you have 6 more to come. Hugo, what should we be looking forward to?
Well, we've had 3 fights already, and we've had 3 different types of finishes, you know. So, a little recap on the last fight. Oh, boy. Yahuza on his debut versus Emmanuel Christian. What an impressive way to announce yourself, you know, to the African Knockout Championship. I think that was very dominant wrestling, very good technical awareness. He knew how to maintain the position, very good fight IQ, fight management, and vicious power, to be honest, you know. He was just relentless with it.
Relentless, that is the word. Relentless assault. This was an onslaught. This was an onslaught of damage from the word go. This guy didn't take 1 step backwards, and even when he did, he was still trying to take his opponents back to the ground. He's a tank of a man, and he just made an emphatic statement in the African knockout.
He is a massive middleweight. Massive middleweight, you know. So, yeah, I expect him to have loads of power. And the problem with that is the bigger the guns, the bigger the burn. But the boy has cardio and a lot of like resilience. You know, he just kept on coming. He wouldn't stop. I can't imagine what it was like to be Emmanuel Christian. Must have been tough.
Receiving that kind of damage, receiving that kind of pressure, receiving that kind of offensive onslaught, it'll break anyone. And Yahuza Muhamed was the perfect athlete to administer that destruction. So, ladies and gentlemen, a reminder now that we're going into fight 4 of the evening. This is in the light heavyweight division. But then, right before we go into the 4th fight, it's important to remember that this biggest statistic and the biggest differentiator in this 3rd fight was in the strikes thrown and landed. However, those were only made possible by the takedowns. 8 takedown attempts, 4 landing by Yahuza Muhamed, and that was all she wrote. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't wait. Fight 4 is going to be in the light heavyweight division. Ooh. This is action from the word go. As we look at the tail of the tape, we're going straight into the big boys. Dennis the Stone Johnson versus the man from the Ivory Coast, Xavier Adams Boa. Hugo, walk us through the tail of the tape.
Well, this is the Stone versus the Ogre. And if you've ever met Xavier Adams Boa in person, you know that this type of ogre is not Shrek type of ogre. We're talking War of Warcraft here. That type of ogre, he's a big, scary dude. And in his last fight in AKO3, he came up against the African sniper, Melvin Ugochukwu, and he put him to sleep. So this should be interesting. Dennis Johnson, on the other hand, is also coming off a win, but he's been a bit inconsistent, and I'm sure he would just want to continue and keep up the momentum and finish with another win today.
Well, the thing now is, it's important to remember that Xavier Adams Boa knocked out Melvin, the African sniper Ugochukwu, a while back. And here he is again, fighting Dennis the Stone Johnson. Dennis had a rocky debut in the African knockouts, eventually started working with them, helping them to put the fighters together, prepare for the shows. But I think that hunger never leaves you as we meet our fighters now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 5-minute, 3 rounds of action in the AKO Championship Light Heavyweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a professional striker with an MMA record of 1 win, 2 losses. Fighting out of Kaduna, Nigeria, Dennis Stone Johnson. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner is a jiu-jitsu fighter with a professional MMA record of 1 win and 1 loss. Fighting out of Abidjan, Ivory Coast, Xavier Adams. Our referee at the center of the ring is Solomon Bassey.
This is fight 4, and it is in the light heavyweight division, as we have Dennis the Stone Johnson going against Xavier Adams Boa. Austin Judah is our referee for this bout, and he ushers in the action.
The big boys, the big boys. I mean, in this weight class, 1 clean strike can change the whole game. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I said in this weight class, 1 clean strike. That was a jab.
That was a jab.
It was a jab.
That was a jab. But then, that's a jab from hell. That's a jab that had your name written on it. Your ancestors sent you that jab.
Xavier.
That jab came
Adams.
and ended the fight.
Boa. Xavier Adams Boa.
The
ogre.
The power on this man. You cannot sleep on his power. 1 strike, 1 kill. As a famous person in the UK once said, headshot, dead.
I mean, I know it takes just 1 shot in this weight class, but can you hear the crowd? Nothing. Everybody's in shock. People are like, what's going on?
Even Dennis looks like he's in shock, to be honest.
The fight
this
is over.
Is combat sports, ladies and gentlemen. It appears that the emotion of the moment has overcome Dennis the Stone Johnson, because you have to remember, these guys are fighting for their dreams. It's the reality of the situation has just set in, that this stage which you were hoping to come and use as a jumping off point for the rest of your career has just witnessed you lose. It can take a period of time for that to set in, but as it stands, that's the game we play. There can only be 1 winner, as Xavier Adams Boa concludes it in emphatic fashion. 1 shot, 1 kill.
I think both fighters are in shock, but in shock for 2 different reasons. I think Xavier is a bit worried about. Xavier is like, is that what's in my hands? That's the power he has, man. And that was beautiful work from the ref. Beautiful work, because
as my cousin likes to say, na person pikino. So you just punch someone's child so hard that he had to reevaluate some of his life decisions.
You see how far back Stone's head snapped?
Yes, and it hit the canvas as well, and that's how you know that the concussion can be dangerous.
Days. That was a jab.
A jab from hell.
It was a jab.
It hit his face and he pushed all the way through. The head snapped backwards, maybe causing some whiplash on the brain, whipping around in that skull, disorienting what's his name, Dennis the Stone Johnson. And now we go right into the ring with Emmanuel, our cage announcer, announcing the winner of this fight, who is Xavier Adams Boa.
We have our winner by knockout, Xavier Adams.
And that was it. Fight 4 is over. Xavier Adams Owa ending it in emphatic fashion by knockout in 19 seconds of the first round, KOing Dennis the Stone Johnson. I'm curious to see what Dennis the Stone's response to this loss is going to be. Is it going to break you? Is it going to make you? We're about to find out.
Oh my God. Hey, this is the light heavyweight division, and we did say one clean strike can change everything, but oh my God. I never expected. That was, like you said, a jab from hell. That boy hit like a truck. Total strikes 3. So the first thing that landed was the clean jab that sent Stone on his way, and then half a cross. But okay, the second punch, and then the last punch was the ground and pound on the floor. I'll just say that was just elementary,
yes,
you know.
Yes. And the thing now is, when you're that heavy, when you're dealing with that much heavy firepower, anything can change in an instant. And in an instant, we will be right back.
Yeah, we got you.
Money Point, exceptional. Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just use my Money Point card to pay.
Savings or current? Using Money Point has been pure bliss.
As a Fidelity customer, you can take your bank with you wherever you go on our mobile app and star 770 # instant banking platform. Open up a world of opportunities and banking from anywhere without data or internet connection using the code star 770 #. Need to transfer funds? No problem. Pay bills from the comfort of your home? No problem. Buy airtime and check data on the move. Account balance, account opening, and more. No problem. At home or on the go, our mobile app offers all the convenience of online banking, as well as being able to apply for fast loans and earn loyalty reward points. Fidelity Electronic Banking. Take your bank with you wherever you go. We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Money Point, exceptional. Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just use my Money Point card to pay.
Savings or current? Using Money Point has been pure bliss.
wouldn't lie, I dream about you all the time.
And that was fight 4. Just a reminder that you still have 5 more fights of action coming this evening. This is the African Knockout coming from ThisDay Dome in Abuja. I am your commentator, joined by Hugo Ndoma Egba. My name is Oche Charles Edache. As you can tell, it's been an emotional run so far. I'm already getting exhausted at the amount of emotion that has been exerted so far as we go into the replays from the last fight. It was one jab to start it and one to follow up shot to the side of the head, and that was all she wrote. Austin Judah, our referee, seeing enough and getting in there. Excellent work. One jab, the head collided. It was the collision with the head on the floor, Hugo, that changed everything.
That was literally 3 shots. He just made it so easy for the statistician. The guy doing statistics would be like, oh, thank you very much. I don't have much to do. It was literally 1 shot, and then the other 2 were just elementary as far as I'm concerned. He had put him out already.
Complimentary breakfast, that's what
I guess
you can call those.
Bed and breakfast.
Xavier Adams Boa coming in here, making a heavy statement in front of the Abuja audience that he is going to compete for gold at the playoffs later this year. And that's why we're here. These boys are fighting for their dreams. They're not just fighting for entertainment. As we go into the next fight, it's in the lightweight division, which is between a familiar face who is Cornel the Marine boxer Thompson going against James Opio. Hugo, what should we be looking for in this 5th bout of the evening?
Well, it's the lightweight division, so I'm going to be looking for a lot of movement, a lot of speed, a good mix of power. We know what James Opio brings. We saw him in the last fight. He was really intense. He had everything, beautiful striking, beautiful grappling, and once he's on top of you, hey, those elbows are going to come down. Cornel Thompson, on the other hand, he is a staple in the Nigerian MMA scene. We know what he brings to the game. You know, he's got everything. He's got everything, and he's very tenacious. He's coming off a loss, so I'm sure he would want to get back in the win column.
Interesting statistic for you at home is that the Marine boxer Cornel Thompson has the most fights in AKO history. He has 8 fights and 3 losses. He has so much experience, and you see it in the way he operates on the canvas. It's beautiful to watch. He has high fight IQ, a solid chin, good striking, and his opponent, James Opio, solid on the ground, no slouch. As we go, let's meet our fighters.
gentlemen, this is a 5-minute, 3 rounds of action in the AKO Championship Lightweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a wrestler with a professional MMA record of 2 wins and no loss. Fighting out of Kampala, Uganda, James LeBois the Godzilla Opio. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner is a kickboxer and a wrestler with a professional MMA record of 8 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, Cornel, the Marine boxer, Thompson. Our referee at the center of the ring is Austin Joda.
Fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, a reminder that this is Fight 5 taking place in the lightweight division of the African Knockout. We have both men taking the center of the cage as we begin. James Opio on the left side. Oh, beautiful right hand combination into a low kick from James Opio. And Marine boxer Cornel Thompson still doing his work, still making it tight, using that lateral, that good footwork to create and upgrade some offense on his opponent. But James Opio low and disciplined.
Wow.
That was a beautiful exchange.
Beautiful combos, beautiful speed, beautiful power. I think Thompson is trying to get him. He's trying to get him to the edge of the octagon. You know, he's gonna have to shoot for a takedown very soon.
It appears he was struggling with the tape around his glove, but that seems to be resolved really quickly. The Marine boxer is taking the center of the cage, and Hugo, I'm curious to what do you think about this opening approach from both men?
So he's landed 4 leg kicks now already, and he has gotten big reactions. You know, big reactions, and I think Cornel Thompson is already having a little problem with the striking prowess of Opio. Is he taller?
James Opio is more dynamic with the striking so far, but I'm curious to see if he can keep this level of activity, this pace, for 3 5-minute rounds.
Boy, he's throwing every shot with intent, power, and he's getting big reactions every time.
Cornel Thompson is trying to keep it a fundamental. He's trying to utilize his fundamentals. That's what I'm seeing. He's trying to keep it with the jab. He's trying to stay disciplined. He's trying to stay focused. However, James Opio, being dynamic with his approach in the striking, is peppering different targets, utilizing different combinations, and giving Cornel Thompson different looks. So it's really to see. It's a war of attrition at this point. Can James Opio continue this activity, and can he land something of prominence? At the same time, Thompson Cornel is trying to stay for his fundamental.
Oh, he's rocked. He's rocked.
He's wobbled,
that head
but
kick
still offensively
still in the kitchen.
Active.
Oh my days. He's rocked now, and Cornel needs to be careful with where his head is. He needs to watch out for the knees.
And now the pressure is on Thompson Cornel. This is where you know someone has the heart of a fighter to weather through the storm and keep moving forward. Because now we reset right back into neutral in the center of the cage.
He's still rocked, Oche. He's still rocked. I don't think he's recovered. Bro, that was a vicious head kick. And he needs to stop. He shouldn't take him for granted. Should be very careful.
Smiling after every exchange is Cornel Thompson. Something that has been paying high dividends for James Opio has been those inside leg kicks. They've really destabilized the foundational framework that was both men threw left high kicks.
I can see the Marine boxer has a very good poker face on, and he has 1 or 2. He smiles every now and then. He smirks, you know. But I can assure you, he's taking damage, and these hits, these kicks. Oh, there you go. Big reactions from Opio.
Smiling very actively. Every time there's an exchange, he's just actively smiling. And it makes you wonder how much of this is real, how much of this is poker face. We don't know. We're not the ones fighting. However, ladies and gentlemen, this has been an action-packed first round, and we only have 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. It's your guess is as good as mine as to whether this will even get to the end of the first round.
Boy, Opio has his shot selection is just beautiful to watch. His combos, and perfectly timed takedown by Cornel Thompson. Now it's time to see how good Opio is on the ground. He has one butterfly hook in already, but Cornel Thompson is such a seasoned grappler himself.
Doing a very good job of clearing the legs and getting into side control. So now we have both men. The dynamics of the fight have changed. Thompson Cornel, like we said earlier, high fight IQ on this guy. He can take the fight anywhere it needs to be taken. But his wins in the AKO have usually come by him grappling his opponent to the ground and finishing them emphatically. So that's what James Opio is having a taste of right now. And we on the sidelines get to watch and see how it plays out.
And once Cornel gets you here, it's, oh wow, very impressive from Opio to get up. But you see, the Marine boxer is very relentless. Once he gets you in the clinch, that's where he wants to be. That's where he wants to be every time.
Beautiful grapevine on that leg in order to secure the position and take James Opio right back to the ground. That chain wrestling approach where you're relentless, 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, double leg, single leg, high crotch, just making it hard for your opponent to get a beat or a read on you. It's paying dividends, Hugo.
Well, that's exactly what Cornel Thompson needed. Now he's giving the judges a really hard job, you know, because James Opio was cruising. He was cruising through the round. And now we're not sure how the judges are going to score that fight, because it was pretty close, especially with the takedowns. About 3 or 4 attempts, and all of them were completed. So good comeback from Cornel Thompson.
Cornel Thompson, known for having a very resilient gas tank. This man can do what he just did for 5 5-minute rounds, and he doesn't break his sweat. So I'm not concerned about his cardiovascular ability. However, I'm thinking about James Opio. James Opio still looking fresh. The one that had the more activity in the round. I'm curious to see if he can keep that pace as we go into the second round. Hugo, walk us through these replays as we go through them.
Boy, beautiful combination, beautiful shot setups. The way he sets out, that was a bit like Leon Edwards and Kamaru Usman. A jab cross, boom. He sets up that head kick, money. And we have to give a lot of credit to Cornel Thompson for showing his resilience and his tenacity there. Straight to the single leg.
I can't lie, the placement on that right high kick was beautiful. He literally just took it over his shoulder and landed it straight on his cheek. That was a kiss from hell. We look at the total strikes thrown, 28 and only 8 landing by Cornel Thompson. 46 thrown and 22 landing by James Opio. As we go into the second round, ladies and gentlemen, your guess is as good as mine as to how this one will end.
I mean, James Opio was cruising in the first few minutes of that first round. But a good comeback from Cornel Thompson. And we know, like, once the fight gets to the ground, Cornel seems to be getting the better of the exchanges. And there you go. He's taking it back to where he found some success.
Cornel Thompson is an amazing fighter, I just have to say that. Coming back from that round and that first round, how it went, overcoming that adversity and coming here with all this activity and action. And I need to point it out, Cornel Thompson is one of those fighters that only gets better as the fight goes on. This man, that's it. So single leg takedown, taking his opponent to the floor. James Opio exerting all that energy to get back on his feet. Cornel Thompson chain wrestling, making sure that he sticks to him like white on rice as we go into the grappling portion in this second round.
Hey, if you had felt the power of James Opio's head kick, I'm sure you would stick to him like rice too. Oh boy. And I guess this is the game plan, and this is actually the game plan that is working. And I wouldn't change it if I was Cornel Thompson. I wouldn't want to keep James Opio standing. I would just want him flat on his back, limited.
Flat on his back indeed. We need to keep all those options limited. Reduce the offensive output of your opponent to as near to 0 as you can in order to get that W. And that's what you're seeing the Marine boxer attempt to do. But James Opio rather wisely reversing the position as we get both men back into neutral in the striking exchange.
Well, both fighters showboating, good show of showmanship there, and the crowd love it. This is the African Knockout Championship, ladies and gentlemen. Cornel needs to start blocking those head kicks with both hands and not just one hand, because the amount of power James Opio is putting in those, he can find his hand compromised, you know. Oh, a head kick of his own. Oh, wow. A head kick of his own from two hooks to the head, and then he followed, and I knew that was going to come soon. Oh, game plan, fight IQ and fight management. That's why he's the Marine boxer. That's why he's the crowd and fan favorite, and that's why he's a staple in the African Knockout Championship.
Fake, this guy is special. His fight IQ, like you rightly pointed out, is one of his greatest assets, and you see him utilizing it. Remember, we said this guy only gets better the longer the fight goes, and you're seeing that manifest in real time in front of us right now. So let's see how James Opio can adapt to these emerging circumstances that he finds himself under. Currently, with this heavy lightweight on top of him, trying to frame up, create separation and do damage. Can he overcome it? Let's see.
I mean, Cornel seems to be suffocating him, and he's like a wet blanket. But I would love to see Cornel go for some submissions, or at least let his hands go, you know. He's not doing a lot of damage. He's just controlling the kid. I would love to see some strikes or some submission attempts.
This is a good fight, ladies and gentlemen. We're seeing all the wrinkles in these guys' games be explored. Grappling, striking, defense. Oh, and you see that again? The timing on these entries. However, the sweat playing a role in the lack of grip. And now we have both men standing as we go right back into neutral in striking.
That was a good sprawl. Very good sprawl from Opio. And in the clinch, 2 sneaky elbows. Very impressive. But we know Cornel's not going to stop shooting these takedowns. It has to be all about the timing. And watch out for a knee from Opio.
Oh, that was a beautiful left high kick connection from Thompson. And that was a counter to the jab, but the jab still landed. So both men trading, both men drawing blood.
I sense, I mean, these are long rounds, you know. But I sense Opio is a bit tired. Cornel Thompson seems the fresh out both. Oh, a beautiful overhand counter there from Opio. I guess he was just trying to talk to me and let me know, hey, I am still very fresh. I'm still awake, still alert.
Ladies and gentlemen, distance management. That is what you are seeing on display now. You have to find your optimal reach before you can throw. And that's what they're doing. But the feints, the movements, the footwork, that's what sets all of that in motion. High kick thrown, high kick missed from James Opio.
This is a very, 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 very close fight. Still, very close fight. I don't know how the judges will call this fight, because the first round was pretty close. And the second round is also pretty close. I mean, the Marine boxer has found some success on the ground with some takedowns, but this is still a very close fight.
Do you see what he's doing there? When James Opio switches into southpaw, Marine boxer Thompson Cornel is doing actively trying to take outside foot position away from James Opio in order to limit the offensive options that he has while maximizing his. That's high-level fight IQ stuff, and it's the stuff that you typically miss. Watch the feet. The feet will dictate where the hands will go. That's the end of the second round, ladies and gentlemen. Hey. We have the beautiful audience in attendance. People getting what they came here for. High-level violence. You can see Jane Osigwe in the audience clapping along. We have the beautiful people of Abuja here. Familiar faces on the screen. People channeling their inner Rocky Balboa tonight. Excellent work, ladies and gentlemen. The replays will be on the screen any moment now. James Opio getting ahead of cold water to reinvigorate him as we look at the replays. Oh, that was the takedown attempt. You see that? Covering the left leg, the right shoulder in order to create optimum leverage to take his opponent to the ground.
Oh.
Hugo, what else are we seeing here?
Oh, that was a beautiful combo, and that all started from the rear kick to the head. Beautiful timing on the takedown. I think Cornel has found his path to success. He's going to invest in this wrestling, but he should also be careful, because I think James Opio has been put on notice, and he's going to start setting a few traps for when Cornel shoots for a takedown. Maybe some knees, some uppercuts. Strikes. We've seen James Opio, 29 strikes thrown, 11 landed, with Cornel Thompson throwing 25 and 14 landed.
And I think the biggest thing to note in that tail in those statistics is that the takedown differential. Thompson Cornel has shot for almost 8 takedowns, and he's been successful with a few of them. So as we go into this final round, let's see how that. Oh, that was a solid right hand connection from Thompson Cornel. James Opio is wobbly on his feet, ladies and gentlemen. You see, he's following Cornel. He's not cutting him off. He's following him in straight lines. You should be pursuing angles in order to limit your opponent's capacity for lateral movement. And here we go. Trading leather, both men.
I think that was just all in the change of tempo. I didn't know the Marine boxer. I mean, that's how he's the Marine boxer. I didn't know his hands were that fast. And he's gotten James Opio thinking, hey, we're in a striking battle. And the moment he looks up, he shoots down.
And it's always important to remember that this is indeed powered by the Nigerian nightmare Kamaru Usman. And one thing Kamaru is known for is that heavy offensive grappling approach. He keeps shooting for the takedowns, working you along the cage, grinding you down till you give up. And you see a lot of our African fighters mirroring the success that brings. That's what Thompson Cornel likes to do too. He'll grapple you until he wins. He doesn't care. He's the kind of guy that'll kick you in the leg 10 times, 50 times, if it means he's going to win, if you don't adapt. And we're seeing that happen right now. We know the takedowns are coming. We know he's trying to time the entry. We know James Opio knows that. And we're seeing both men trying to problem solve in real time.
I see both men are now finally playing some chess, not checkers. So Cornel Thompson is no longer getting the reactions he was looking for. So he's out there trying to pull a reaction from Opio. He wants him to strike, and Opio now is being also a bit more calculated with his strikes. You know, he also knows he can't get careless with these strikes.
Beautiful
and leave himself
left
open
hook counter off that outside leg kick thrown by James Opio. The left hook came from Thompson Cornel, grazing him as the leg was coming back. That was a good counter. Hugo, who do you think is taking this so far?
Why, so far it's a very, very, very close fight. And you know, sometimes it's all about the body language at the end of the fight. The fresher looking fighter to me seems to be Cornel Thompson, and he has had a lot of success with the takedowns. I think he has had 5 successful takedowns. It's a really close fight. I wouldn't want to be a judge in this.
Cornel Thompson, of course, the Marine boxer, training out of Port Harcourt, really close friends with Richard the Shield Muzan, another surging star from the African Knockout, as he takes his 3rd takedown attempt, successful takedown attempt
in the third round.
In the 3rd round. Yeah. Like we said about this guy, he only gets better as the fight progresses. Solid frame. I like that position. The leg creating a wide base so he can generate all that downward force into the torso of his opponent. Excellent work.
I think he should start working for a head and arm triangle. James Opio is in some sort of half guard, so he's still pretty much active and should let his hands go. There you go.
I think if you were to level one critique against Thompson Cornel, it's been that he has been getting these dominant positions. He just hasn't been able to generate as much effective damage from them. Yeah. But then that's something you keep working on. You never get stagnant in this game. You keep leveling up. He's just 28 years of age, still lots of time to improve. So let's see how it goes.
Hey, this is mixed martial arts, and there's so many ways to win a fight, you know. I guess Cornel Thompson, if he can't get the sub or the finish, he's just going to manage this fight. I'm sure he feels like he's ahead on points in the eyes of the judges.
And as we have both men in the center of the cage, a reminder that Cornel Thompson is the Nigerian, is from Port Harcourt, whereas James Opio is from Uganda, Kampala. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final minute of the 3rd and final round of our 5th bout of the evening. It is taking place in the lightweight division, and it is between Thompson Cornel and James Opio. This is the African knockout right out of Abuja. Left high kick thrown and landed from Thompson Cornel in this last minute. The crowd screaming Thompson Cornel's name. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what it's about. Can you push past the pain? 40 seconds to chase your dream. Let's see what how it goes.
Boy, it is so nice to see the crowd so highly vested in this. The crowd this is an interactive session. Interactive session.
And we are getting clear insight into the current fandom and passion that our Nigerian and Abuja fans have for this beautiful sport, because you can see everyone in attendance on their feet screaming in support of what is currently going on. As we have the 10-second clapper. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 more seconds. How will this end?
Don't blink.
Don't blink.
Don't blink.
Because both men have ended their fight.
Wow. Well, from body language, I don't know. Both fighters feel like they've won the fight. But I see the Marine boxer on top of the cage. It feels like he had a point to prove, and it's been proven. Beautiful fight management. Beautiful fight management. And then
this is what I love. This is why I practice martial arts. This is why I fought. This is why we are all here. For this feeling of camaraderie and brotherhood, the mutual respect, the love, as we have the replays on the screen. Solid overhand right connection. Or is that a straight punch, Hugo? I couldn't quite tell.
Like
and
I
we
said,
go, beautiful
overhand
right connection from the Marine boxer.
Oh boy. It's a gentleman's sport, you know? It's a gentleman's sport. Like they say, a great man once said, it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. And these guys are not brutes, you know? They're just warriors.
Sometimes you have to look at these performances and wonder to yourself, what else would these guys be doing? This is what they want to do, to compete for gold in the AKO championship in front of a supportive audience. And then this is their path, this is their choice. This is to see.
It is. You'd be surprised how multi-talented some of these fighters are. Have you heard James Opio play the piano? Oh, he's very good at that, you know, he's very good at the piano. The other day I watched Octave Ayinde play chess, and I was really shocked how good he was at chess. Segun Ogunnoiki, he's a trained and certified lawyer as well. You know, so these kids, they are not brutes, you know, these are gentlemen, they're just warriors, you know, highly skilled warriors. And it's nice to see that they finally have a platform where they can come and express themselves.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges. And the 3 judges called this contest as a winner by unanimous decision, Cornel, the Marine boxer, Thompson!
Ladies and gentlemen, fight 5 is over. This was in the lightweight division. Your winner is the Marine boxer, Thompson Cornel. This is his moment, and you can see him making a statement. All future opponents, be aware, you have to come through this man. And he has just punched his ticket to the playoffs. This man is going to be fighting for the championship of the lightweight division. And I think it's really crazy that Cornel Thompson actually has fought one part of our main event in the first season of the AKO. Marine boxer fought Segun Ogunnoiki, and that was one of the major standout fights from that first season. And it's just good to see him getting even more success in the lower weight divisions. Hugo, as we go into the 6th fight of the evening, it's important to remember that it's going to be in the women's bantamweight division. So please, don't get off your seats. Keep it locked in. We've got more to come.
We've got the women coming.
Money point, exceptional. Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just used my money point card to pay.
Savings or current? Using money point has been pure bliss.
As a Fidelity customer, you can take Take your bank with you wherever you go on our mobile app and star 770 # instant banking platform. Open up a world of opportunities and banking from anywhere without data or internet connection using the code star 770 #. Need to transfer funds? No problem. Pay bills from the comfort of your home? No problem. Buy airtime and check data on the move. Account balance, account opening, and more. No problem. At home or on the go, our mobile app offers all the convenience of online banking, as well as being able to apply for fast loans and earn loyalty reward points. Fidelity Electronic Banking. Take your bank with you wherever you go. We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
That was fight 5 of our fights of the evening. That was in the lightweight division between Marine boxer Thompson Cornel versus James Opio from Uganda. Thompson Cornel overcame that initial adversity, came out on top, and cinched the W. And that's what mixed martial arts is about. It's about overcoming adversity and still showing up as your best self. Hugo, this is something you are aware of competing. You knew that there were times where you had to pull deep. Can you just elaborate on that for our audience at home?
Boy, sometimes you have to dig deep. You know, I'm sure a lot of viewers at home would have seen when James Opio landed that head kick on Cornel, and it seemed like Cornel was done. You know, he was wobbly on wobbly feet. He felt like Bambi on ice, you know, but hey, tenacity, digging deep. Cornel showing exactly what this game is about. You have to dig deep. It's never over till the fat lady sings, and you can't quit on yourself. And such a good fight, you know.
That overhand right connection is such a beautiful highlight to add to Thompson Cornel's already stacked resume. His striking is growing leaps and bounds with each time you see him compete, and it's complementing his already solid ground game. So it's very good to see his development as a mixed martial arts athlete.
There was purpose behind every strike he threw, because, to be honest, I don't think he threw too many strikes, but every strike. You know, every strike had a reason. He threw every strike for a reason. If he wasn't going to land, he was going to use it to set up a takedown. So it was a beautiful fight to watch.
It was a beautiful fight for him. And as we can see already with the statistics from this fight, 94 strikes thrown in total, only 33 of those landing. So we could say maybe, so he lands a third of his strikes. James Opio throwing more and landing more. However, the decider, as is almost always the case, is in the takedowns. 13 attempted by Thompson Cornel. 7 of those were successful. 0 on the side of James Opio, and that ended up spelling defeat for the Ugandan.
And
ladies and gentlemen.
Not only did he get those takedowns, he had a lot of ground control time. He took him down and he kept him there for a little while. I would have liked to see a little bit more damage or some submission attempts, you know. But beautiful, beautiful fight management from Cornel Thompson, and that's why he's a staple in the game.
Beautiful fight management, high ring IQ, solid ring cutting, and as we go into our 6th fight of the evening, like play, we only have 3 more left. 9 fights already almost gone. As we go into fight 6 of the evening, the women take center stage. We have Amenan Kouassi versus Theresa Ajiboye. Both ladies, really young, 20 years of age on the side of the Nigerian, 24 from the lady from the Ivory Coast. And both ladies have, there's a reach advantage on the side of Theresa Ajiboye that I'm curious to see, because she's both taller and she's rangier. So if she can utilize that, it could spell victory.
This should be very interesting. I think it's a debut for both fighters, and we haven't seen them at the African Knockout Championship. We don't know what to expect. And this is always exciting, you know, always exciting when you don't know what to expect.
It is always exciting, and it is even more exciting when you are in the world of mixed martial arts. Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder that this is, of course, the ThisDay Dome in Abuja, and we are here live from the Federal Capital Territory. And this is high-level mixed martial arts action from the Center of Unity. Ladies and gentlemen, meet your fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 5-minute, 3 rounds of action in the AKO Championship Women's Bantamweight Division. Introducing first, Fighting out of the blue corner, she's a Muay Thai and Thunder fighter with a professional MMA record of 3 wins and no loss. Fighting out of Abidjan, Ivory Coast, Amenan, the fearless Perry Kouassi. Introducing her opponent, fighting out of the red corner, she's a boxer and a kickboxer with a professional MMA record of 2 wins and no loss. Fighting out of Lagos, Nigeria, Theresa, Iron Lady T, Ajiboye. Our referee at the center of the ring is Austin Joda.
Ready. Fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, fight 6, women's bantamweight division. We have Amenan Kouassi, the Ivorian from Ivory Coast, versus Theresa Ajiboye, 20 years of age, from Nigeria. This is the first and only showing that we're going to have, if my memory serves correctly, which has women on this card. So you can imagine that Jane Osigwe, who is also at the top of this women's bantamweight division, is sitting down in this audience and watching intently.
Oh, she'll be watching very closely. Kouassi seems very good on her feet already. I mean, not many strikes have been landed. Ajiboye as well seems to have this taekwondo. Oh, yo, she's sticking her tongue out. She has this taekwondo karate kind of movement.
And you get that a lot. A lot of people start from traditional martial arts and they use that to build up over time. But you see Amenan Kouassi, she throws with bad intentions, and that's paying her dividends so far. When she throws with an intention to make something dangerous happen. And we're seeing it play out right now in front of us. Theresa Ajiboye trying to get the energy from her opponent or from the audience. Your guess is as good as mine.
She is definitely playing for the crowd out here. But she's also finding a lot of success in and out. You know, she's very snappy, and then she's maintaining the forward pressure. She has Kouassi on her back foot.
She does have Kouassi on her back foot. Amenan Kouassi has a background in Muay Thai and Wushu Sanda. For those who don't know, Wushu Sanda is a form of martial arts originating from China, which is very similar to Muay Thai, and it also involves tripping and throwing. So we're seeing both, and then we also have Theresa Ajiboye, who comes from a traditional background of boxing and kickboxing. And you could see that when they were introducing her at the start of the fight, the way she was moving like a traditional boxer would, even in the shadow boxing. So it's curious to see how it's going to play out in front of us.
Oh, she's throwing very, very educated strikes, and she's not wasting her energy too. She's picking out shots. She's throwing 1, 2, 3 strikes max. You know, some combos would be nice to see, but she's finding a lot of success with her in and outs. You know. Yeah. Singular strikes.
A wise man once said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Nope. If it's working for her so far, then she can keep it. I like her footwork. She's active on her feet. But then I like this from Amenan Kouassi. Amenan Kouassi changing the dynamics of the fight, utilizing the clinch. The audience loves it. If your opponent is outstriking you, you can make it a dirty fight. By making it dirty, you can close that range. You see her trying to utilize this Muay Thai clinch at the back of the head, trying to keep Theresa Ajiboye close. Excellent work. That new look is going to give Theresa Ajiboye a lot more problems.
That was in the clinch there. She threw a knee, and I think she got Theresa Ajiboye's attention.
Theresa Ajiboye is struggling in these clinch positions, as opposed to, you can see Amenan Kouassi is a lot more comfortable putting those knees to work, using that Muay Thai clinch to cup the head of our opponent and keep her within range. She's making it messy, and it's paying good dividends for her.
I don't think any one of them wants to take this fight to the ground.
And you can see the crowd roaring in approval. This is what they came here to see. The ladies duking it out in the women's bantamweight division.
Hey, never judge a book by its cover, eh? I thought Ajiboye was looking like she didn't want to be here when she was walking towards the octagon. But once the bell went, she became a different animal. I can see she's here for this, you know.
She is here for this. And you see them, this clinch is part and parcel of her game plan, it seems. She's having trouble navigating that reach that Theresa Ajiboye is imposing on her. So she is now utilizing that Muay Thai clinch, cupping the head, trying to use knees, trying to use elbows, make it dirty. And it is working out for her. And this pace is going to only get harder and harder to sustain as we get into the final 30 seconds of this first round of the 6th fight of the evening. We have Theresa Ajiboye fighting out of Nigeria versus Amenan Kouassi, who is the 24-year-old from Ivory Coast.
She's investing in those knees to the body, and I can see Ajiboye trying to frame off her thigh, off Kouassi's thigh. So those knees were actually getting her attention.
10 seconds left in this first round of the 6th fight of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a barn burner. This has been a nail biter. Spinning back kick, just missing barely, and giving her that attitude, looking at her like, yeah, I did that. Excellent first round. I'm in love with this competition so far.
Oh, she came here to bang, boy. This is game time. Very impressive showing from both ladies. I can see Ajiboye has been finding a lot of success on the outside with her MVP-esque, like Michael Venom Page. You know, in and out, she's very quick on the entry and then very quick on the exit. She just wants to throw one or two in and out, you know, and then she finds her range. And Kouassi, on the other hand, found some success with the dirty boxing in the clinch situations, and she was able to land some knees to the body as well.
She was able to land some knees to the body, and those helped her turn the tides when it looked like it was beginning to get a little too one-sided. You see the Muay Thai clinch gripping at the back of the head so that you can then pepper the body with knees. Excellent work. Ladies and gentlemen, our beautiful ring ladies introducing round 2 as we look at the stats on the screen. 70 strikes thrown, 42 of those landing. That's a really good significant strike percentage so far.
Active.
And as we go into the second round, I'm curious to see how that will cause both ladies to navigate the action.
You know, second rounds are always interesting because you've seen what goes on in the first round, you've taken your reads, you've felt the power, you've seen the speed. So it's nice to see what the corners have said to their fighters. You know, they always give them advice, and it's nice to see the adjustments in the second round.
And now, round 2. Hugo, what are your expectations from both ladies as we go into the second round? That was a beautiful body kick thrown by. She has good hip dexterity, Theresa Ajiboye does.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. She started with a kicking heavy game, and whenever Kouassi is in range, she lets her hands go. But she's in and out, in and out, in and out, and I think that's been working for her, so she doesn't need to change anything. Ajiboye, Kouassi, on the other hand, needs to find a way to close the distance. She needs to improve her head movement, footwork, find her angles, and make this dirty, you know. She found some success in the clinch. Maybe she should make it dirty, get in a clinch situation.
Something I do like about Theresa Ajiboye is her utilization of that left leg to check that incoming low kick damage, because that was one of the strikes that landed prominently on the side of Amenan Kouassi in the first round, the low kick. And you saw Theresa Ajiboye nod in approval, like, oh, I see you have that tool in your tool belt. And you see she's been checking almost everyone that she's seen coming. So it's been excellent work so far.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen at home, I'll tell you what, you're landing a leg kick sometimes doesn't hurt half as much as when your kicks get checked. So Kouassi is definitely getting a reaction from Ajiboye, and you see she's not throwing that kick to the leg anymore.
She isn't throwing that kick to the leg anymore. That's one tool taken off her toolbox now. But then something that I find really interesting is that if Amenan Kouassi can utilize the grappling and the clinch exchanges, oh, beautiful in and out with the roll to get out off the angle. She's loving this. She's feeling herself. Confidence is surging. Second round, 3 minutes and 20 seconds left. Your guess is as good as mine. But right now, Theresa Ajiboye is surging and putting on a good clinic on her opponents.
Oh, she's running away with this. She's having fun. Kouassi was finding some success with the leg kicks, but not anymore. Every kick she's thrown in this round, or at least almost every kick, has been checked by Ajiboye. And I'm telling you, those start to hurt after a while. When you're the one throwing the kicks, they start to hurt if they're getting checked.
They do start to hurt.
Oh, boy.
They do start to hurt. sometimes landing a low kick is as painful as receiving it.
I'm telling you.
Oh, beautiful clinch work. That clinch seems to be a potential path to turning her fortunes. I'm speaking about Amenan Kouassi now. She has been utilizing that Muay Thai clinch, keeping her opponent in range when they are up close and personal, and it's been working out for her. But then at the same time, I also imagine that the gas tank is taking a lot of strain from all this activity because it's been a frenetic pace so far.
Kouassi's hands are starting to drop. That's a sign of fatigue. Her mouth is open. She's breathing. But she dug deep there. That was a powerful shot, you know. She threw that with a lot of intention. Ajiboye is just maintaining the pressure, and then that's taking its effect on Kouassi because she's active, you know. She's keeping her complacent at all times. She's working, you know. Even on the defensive, she's working. She's working. You see little things like that, keeping her busy, keeping her responsible.
Keeping her busy, keeping her responsible, keeping her responsive. Sometimes the strike is landed before you even land it because you've occupied the person's nervous system with so much information that they can't react. Theresa Ajiboye, I think, smells blood. This girl is a fighter. In and out, utilizing that footwork. Amenan Kouassi looking like she can't quite know, she doesn't know what to make of this girl right now. And as we go, it's a reminder to everyone at home, Theresa Ajiboye is just 20 years of age. Our opponent, Amenan Kouassi, is older than her with 4 years at 24. And you can see that as young as she is, there's a lot, she's at home in this cage and it's paying dividends for her in this second round of our 6th fight of the evening.
That was a perfectly placed tip as well, because Kouassi was coming in with an overhand and that tip just put her away. Oh boy, she let her hands go there. She's playing to the crowd. She's loving it.
And what are you seeing from Amenan Kouassi now?
I think Kouassi needs to wrestle, man.
She's following.
She needs to wrestle.
She does need to wrestle. But at the same time, there's so much damage coming her way that I imagine she's so occupied with trying to defend this striking approach being employed, taking notes on what to go back to the gym and work on. Any moment from now, we'll have the replays on the screen and we'll see both bodies exchange leather, with Theresa Ajiboye imposing her will a bit more than a bit more, one could argue, in this 6th fight. Hugo, walk us through what we're seeing in the replays.
Boy, so she's checking kicks. And like she throws a flurry, a combination of like 2 or 3 hooks, and she's found a lot of success with that. It's always from a check to a kick to the body and 2 hooks. Oh, there you go, 2 hooks to the head, boom.
And we see the action on the screen again. Theresa Ajiboye looking defiant. Her nickname is the Iron Lady, and I think that's well deserved because she is putting on an iron clinic on Amenan Kouassi. As we go into this final round, I want to take note of the fact that the people that she has in her corner are really smart individuals. You have Abdulrazak Shankara, who already won his first opening fight of the evening, cornering Amenan Kouassi and imparting valuable knowledge and insight into what she thinks she should be doing. So let's see how it goes.
Well, right now I think she's losing the speed battle and the accuracy battle. She hasn't been as fast as Theresa, and she hasn't been as accurate with her strikes. So I think she needs to adjust that or wrestle. Theresa hasn't been tested on the ground. You need to grapple her. If you're losing these striking exchanges, you need to take the fight somewhere else.
So now what we will like to see is a change-up. We need a different look. Amenan Kouassi needs to keep those hands up when she's defending herself. And as Theresa Ajiboye trying to, being taken to the ground. Now I expect Amenan Kouassi to break the lock, to fight the hands, break the lock, open that hand, and then clear that guard and try to get into the mount position. It's her clearest path to victory because the striking hasn't been working out for her too well.
I think Ajiboye got a bit carried away and a bit too complacent, because that was a very, 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 very tight. She had both double underhooks, and she wasn't sprawling. You know, she just had the guillotine grip, and she really thought like she was in a safe place, but she's not now. And now she finds herself at the bottom, defending with just a half guard. And if Kouassi can just frame and posture up, she'll find herself in trouble, and she was cruising through this fight.
Frame posture up, create separation, rain damage. That should be the sequence of events that we see play out now. And we see the lock is broken. She has one leg in. If she can make that into full mount, which we've just seen her do now, and you can already see Theresa Ajiboye making it, turning onto her left side. You don't want to do that too much and give your opponent your back. But now, Amenan Kouassi taking her time. She can tenderize her opponents now. Theresa Ajiboye's lack of experience in the grappling may cost her in this round. And we're seeing it play out with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left in this third round.
There's too much time left on the clock. Just too much time. And she's not doing the right things. She's not doing the right things. She was cruising through this fight, but she's so close to losing now. If she can only just hang in there.
With 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the final round, after you've been exhausted from striking that much, I imagine that hanging in there is a tall ask for her at this point in time. Because you can see that as sharp as she is striking, throwing those accurate strikes, on the ground, it appears she's still quite green. As we saw Amenan Kouassi clear the guard rather easily, create separation, and now she's about to rain relevant ground and pound. And you can see Theresa Ajiboye not utilizing her legs, not utilizing the bottom portion of her body, trying to keep up instead of actually going, using a systematic defense.
She's trying to explode.
And she's giving her back. Amenan Kouassi should sink that right hook in, and she can take the neck of her opponent in a rear naked choke. Ladies and gentlemen, this is high-level mixed martial arts action. Hugo, are you feeling the energy?
The crowd goes wild. Technically, she did not do anything properly to get out of that situation, but she just exploded. Raw strength, impressive. And now she finds herself on top in the half guard of Kouassi, just where she was a few moments ago, and she wants a full mount. Well, she has no problems getting the fight back to where she was finding so much success, and that's on the feet.
All right. Both ladies resetting back into the center of the cage. Amenan Kouassi looks exhausted. Theresa Ajiboye too. You can see her breathing heavily outside of her mouth, exhaling heavily. That's a telltale sign, ladies and gentlemen, that somebody's cardiovascular system is being taxed. And we have both ladies now digging deep as we get into the final 45 seconds of this sixth fight of the evening. The women's bantamweight division. Amenan Kouassi from the Ivory Coast versus Theresa Ajiboye, the Nigerian. Ladies and gentlemen, 30 seconds left.
Hey, we've had some very, very good fights tonight. But this is also one of the fights, a contender for fight of the night, man. It's been such a beautiful fight to watch. And I kind of feel for Kouassi, because she had her moment. But she just couldn't keep the position or finish the fight when she found herself in a full mount.
Now the body language, 10 seconds left. Who wants it more? Who wants it more? And you see Theresa Ajiboye pressing the action, moving forward. And then you have her throwing a spinning right kick, missing. I think Amenan Kouassi is just exhausted. She's put all her everything into this fight. And that's what it's about, digging deep.
Wow. This is what we came here for, man. This is what we signed up for. This is the African Knockout Championship. This is what I expect, but every time I am surprised, I am just so impressed. It just keeps on getting better, don't it? What performance from both ladies. Such a beautiful show of spirit, heart, tenacity. Kouassi at some point, she was finished, but she just kept on going. Beautiful, beautiful stuff from both ladies.
Beautiful stuff. And we have Theresa Ajiboye flying the flag of the Nigeria Police Force. Perhaps that is the organization that she bases her training under.
Hey, the Nigerian Police Force, they have a few of them, don't they? Ugochukwu is also a superstar from the Nigerian Police Force. Emmanuel Benan, another superstar. Yeah, Bello Abdulasit. They make these products, you know. So yeah, big up to the Nigerian Police Force. They're doing well in the MMA scene.
Yeah, and you can see the replays on the screen as well. A lot of action. That was the roll out on the angle by Theresa Ajiboye. And this was when the gas tank of Amenan had begun to fail her. You could see her hands low. She could barely defend herself in those extended barrages. And here we go. This is likely going to be a decision for Theresa Ajiboye. But in the sport of mixed martial arts, you know as well as I do, Hugo, anything can happen.
This is what I was talking about. When Theresa got a bit complacent with the takedown defense, and boom, there she ended up on the floor. You should sprawl in those situations. And this is where we thought it might have been over here, you know. Very dominant position, but she just couldn't finish. And I think she emptied the gas tank in that sequence there, you know.
This was a very active, high-level fight. Both ladies putting on an example of what high-level MMA looks like. You take every opportunity handed to you. You utilize every weakness your opponent has to your advantage. And as we go right into the cage for our ring announcer, Michael, to take us straight into, Emmanuel, to take us straight into the announcements for the evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we have our winner by split decision. Theresa Ajiboye!
As expected, Theresa Ajiboye did enough to take this W by split decision. This is the women's bantamweight division. Hugo, let's get some of your thoughts.
It was such a good fight. When the fight started initially, Kouassi came with all that swag, you know. She had this confidence on her face, almost arrogant as well, you know. And then on the other hand, Ajiboye came in looking very modest, very unsure of herself. But as the fight went on, we were seeing a lot of showboating from Ajiboye, a lot of gamesmanship. She had her tongue out, she was sticking her tongue out, she was playing to the crowd. It was such a good fight to watch. And this is the gender equality we are speaking about. The boys have given us one hell of a show, and the girls did not disappoint.
Like you said very clearly, very accurately, gender equality at its finest. You can see the tail of the tape is all about the strikes. 116 thrown, 63 of those landed by Theresa Ajiboye. And we have 100 strikes thrown by Amenan Kouassi, with only 44 of those landed. And the thing now is that the kicks complemented the striking on the side of Theresa Ajiboye. She also did a really good job of checking those low kicks, which limited the offensive options possessed by Amenan Kouassi. Ladies and gentlemen, the African Knockout Championship is live from the ThisDay Dome in Abuja. We are here looking forward to the co-main and main event, where we have the boys in the middleweight division coming to compete for gold, for a chance to compete at the playoffs at the end of the year. And our main event, Machine Gun Shags going up against Marcel. The entire Abuja fight community is in this building, I can tell you. Every time I turn, I'm seeing a familiar face. Hugo, your wife is in the audience. We have friends in the audience. My brother Skelly just came and said hi to me. There's so much happening, and this is what high-level mixed martial arts is about.
I mean, I've been getting emotional all night, and I'm not joking. I mean, a tear has come to my eyes at least twice, because when we started this about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, it was like a joke. What are you guys trying to do? What are you guys trying to do? And now we have such a community, and this is such a big show, high-level fight, and it's beautiful to watch. It's nice to see the crowd highly vested in this. It's so loud out here. It is such a fun night, such a fun night.
Such a fun night of fights and action we are having tonight indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, a reminder that Fight 6 just ended, and we are going into the 7th fight of the evening. 9 fights in total, and we have a fantastic audience in attendance this evening. So many people in attendance, screaming, cheering their fighters on, and that's what we're here for. Our beautiful attendance showing on the screen right now. Hugo, I'm sure you'll see someone you know, like your wife, who is just passing the screen now.
Oh boy, I've seen about 20 people I know. I've seen about 20 people I know. Like, this is just, we're grateful for the support. We're grateful for the support, and we hope you are definitely entertained. I'm sure you are entertained. All the fights so far, bangers so far, and we still have more coming.
We still have more coming, so please keep it locked in on the African Knockout. We'll be right back in a moment.
Money Point, exceptional. Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just use my Money Point card to pay.
Savings or current? Using Money Point has been pure bliss.
As a Fidelity customer, you can take your bank with you wherever you go on our mobile app and star 770 # instant banking platform. Open up a world of opportunities and banking from anywhere without data or internet connection using the code star 770 #. Need to transfer funds? No problem. Pay bills from the comfort of your home? No problem. Buy airtime and check data on the move. Account balance, account opening, and more. No problem. At home or on the go, our mobile app offers all the convenience of online banking, as well as being able to apply for fast loans and earn loyalty reward points. Fidelity Electronic Banking. Take your bank with you wherever you go. We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Money Point, exceptional. Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just use my Money Point card to pay.
Savings or current? Using Money Point has been pure bliss.
As a Fidelity customer, you can take your bank with you wherever you go on our mobile app and star 770 # instant banking platform. Open up a world of opportunities and banking from anywhere without data or internet connection using the code star 770 #. Need to transfer funds? No problem. Pay bills from the comfort of your home? No problem. Buy airtime and check data on the move. Account balance, account opening, and more. No problem. At home or on the go, our mobile app offers all the convenience of online banking, as well as being able to apply for fast loans and earn loyalty reward points. Fidelity Electronic Banking. Take your bank with you wherever you go. We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Money point, exceptional. Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just use my money point card to pay.
Savings or current? Using money point has been pure bliss.
As a Fidelity customer, you can take your bank with you wherever you go on our mobile app and star 770 # instant banking platform. Open up a world of opportunities and banking from anywhere without data or internet connection using the code star 770 #. Need to transfer funds? No problem. Pay bills from the comfort of your home? No problem. Buy airtime and check data on the move. Account balance, account opening, and more. No problem. At home or on the go, our mobile app offers all the convenience of online banking, as well as being able to apply for fast loans and earn loyalty reward points. Fidelity Electronic Banking. Take your bank with you wherever you go. We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Party. You say it with me. Are you ready now? Let's go. DJ, we wanna. I can't hear you. Say, DJ, we wanna party. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome back right now. AK05, we resume for the last three fight. Enjoy your evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the African Knockout Championship season 2024. And we are going straight into the 8th fight of the evening. Our 8th fight is taking place. The 7th fight, my mistake, ladies and gentlemen. The featherweight division. Smaller fighters, faster. We have Jackiel, the smiling assassin Ayana, a repeat contender. He was on the last show that we had in Abuja, and here he is now. And we also have he's going against Kudzete Fred, the 30-year-old man from Togo. As we have right now, ladies and gentlemen, a recap of the fight that just took place in the women's bantamweight division. that featured Theresa Ajiboye versus Amenan Kouassi. Theresa Ajiboye edging it out with the optimum level of striking, using her footwork to stay in and to get in and to get out. And you see her utilizing the lateral movement, utilizing that in and out posture that you get from Taekwondo and traditional martial arts to great effect. Look at the confidence in her movements. And here we are again. This is what it is. The level of the sport has just been going up higher and higher and higher. Theresa Ajiboye comes out representing the Nigeria police force, does excellent work with the striking, checking the kicks, blocking the strikes, getting in and out with that beautiful lateral, with that beautiful in and out movement with the footwork. And that was all she needed to cinch the victory. But then, any moment from now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be going right into the 7th fight of the evening, which is taking place at the featherweight division. We have the 30-year-old Kudzete Fred from Togo against Jackiel, the smiling assassin Ayana, 23 years of age. And you can see something that has been playing out in these fights so far. A running theme has been, if two people are equally matched in striking, all you need is a takedown to shake the entire foundation of what the entire fight is built on. So there were no takedowns, no submissions in that last fight. However, when the fight did get taken to the ground, you saw that that was when Amenan Kouassi had the highest chances of turning around her favors. Wow. And that's the movement, and that is the magic behind mixed martial arts. A reminder.
I think she saved it for too late. She should have changed strategy a bit earlier when she found out she wasn't getting any success with the striking in the first 2 rounds. So,
and the thing now is that you can only expect higher level action. We're going to get people in the light heavyweight division. We have guys in the middleweight division, and it is going to be action-packed. Hugo, right now, as we're looking at our blocks for the fights for the evening, I'm curious to know, what have you been thinking about the performances so far? We have a lot of different people coming out from a lot of obscure African nations, but competing at a high level. I'm curious to know what your take is on all of this.
Well, I know the Nigerians. I know the Nigerians in the scene quite well. But I've been so impressed with the French-speaking guys. Xavier Adams-Boa versus Dennis Johnson was just a freak show. Adams packs one hell of a punch. That's why they call him the old guy. It was a jab, and that was the end of the show. Cornel Thompson versus James Opio. Cornel won by unanimous decision. I think the wrestling, he invested in the grappling, and it paid off for him. And Theresa Ajiboye, the last fight we just saw, versus Amenan Kouassi. Theresa won by split decision as well. It was a striking battle. Amenan Kouassi found some success on the ground, but she saved that for late, and it was too late.
And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. The second block is done as we go into the 7th fight of the evening, which takes place in the featherweight division. We have Kudzete Fred, the 30-year-old man from Togo, against Jackiel, the smiling assassin, Ayana. And he's always smiling, 23 years of age and from Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, any moment from now, the action will begin. Hugo, what do you think about Jackiel Ayana's performance?
Oh, he's one of my favorites, to be honest, in the weight class. He's young, he's good looking, but he's good. You know, he's good, and the kid is always smiling. He's very calm as well. Beautiful footwork, beautiful striking from the outside, and he's rangy as well for the fight, for the weight class. Yeah, he lost his last fight, but he didn't lose to anybody. He lost to Gazmir Diatta, and we all know who Diatta is. You know, Diatta is well-rounded, world-class. So Jackiel will want to get back on the winning column. He would want to hit the ground running and get back to where he thinks he should be.
Losing to Diatta, doesn't it make you a slouch by any chance? I'm curious to see if he will utilize that reach advantage that he has over his opponent. And the thing now is that with the way these fights are going and the skill level is improving each time these guys step out, I'm actually curious and excited for the future of this sport in this region, because people are taking to it like white on rice. We trained together, Body Rocks Fitness Studio. We started there. We moved to Taurus Martial Arts to get the sparring, boxing, and now you're seeing it all come together in this sport of MMA in this nation. And it's just an honor to watch it happen.
It is. It was so underground, small shows, small events. Now this is big event. I mean, we're on DSTV. I can't believe we're on DSTV. Thank you very much, Africa Knockout Championship. I appreciate it very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we go into Fight 7, meet your fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 5-minute 3 rounds of action in the AKO Championship Featherweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a professional MMA fighter with a record of 2 wins, no loss. Fighting out of Lome, Togo, Fred, I am Beast, Kudzete. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, is a striker with a professional MMA record of 7 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, Jackiel, smiling assassin, Ayana. Our referee at the center of the ring is Michael Watcher.
You ready? You ready? Let's go.
As we begin this round, I'm going to be very curious to see the striking approach going to be utilized by both Jackiel Ayana and his opponent Kudzete Fred, because that's what Jackiel Ayana is known for, a technical specialist who likes to destroy people from the outside, systematically taking their tools away from them while utilizing his. So I'm curious to see what adaptations he's made since the loss to Gasmir Diatta the last time at AK04 in Abuja, and we're seeing it play out right now.
I mean, the fight with Gasmir Diatta physically must have been very different, because Diatta was a lot shorter than him and he was a way longer fighter. But I didn't even know Kudzete Fred was this tall. You know, he's actually... So these are 2 very rangy guys in the featherweight division. It should be interesting to watch.
You see that the the southpaw approach from Jackiel Ayana is forcing Kudzete Fred to go to his left. In other words, Jackiel Ayana's left, which is his power side, and and that's where the low kicks are coming in from. So he occupies the vision with the feinting and the hands in the face of the opponent, but then he utilizes that power kick to land to the legs. So it's getting excellent results for him so far.
I think also the game of foot placement. I think Jackiel Ayana is just an inch ahead. He has his lead foot on the outside of Kudzete's lead foot. So he's going to get better angles. And I think this is done on purpose. Every time Kudzete moves, he adjusts.
I believe Mayo used to call that triangulation.
Oh, yeah.
You're constantly trying to triangulate your position so that the tip of the triangle is pointing in the direction of your opponent. So if I switch that angle, oh, beautiful slip and rip. No, pulling out of the way. That was a pull counter. Ooh. Excellent 1-2 from Jackiel Ayana, the smiling assassin.
I think Kudzete Fred, the Iron Beast, just landed a cross right there. Straight, a beautiful straight right.
The variation in the targeting of the strikes from Jackiel Ayana is definitely giving Kudzete Fred some problems in this fight. The referee, Herman Michael Wachter, giving a clear warning about keeping the fingers open in order to avoid unnecessary eye pokes.
With all due respect to the ref, I think he's doing a bit too much at this moment. But yeah, I guess Jackiel needs to be careful with his fingers.
Jackiel Ayana is a sharp shooter. Can you see that? Feinting, playing with the lead hand activity of him and his opponent, then breaking the rhythm once the rhythm is set. Excellent. Oh, that jab is peppering.
Closing the distance as well. He's getting it like a centimeter closer every time. He just keeps on getting closer. He's closing. I'm sure Kudzete Fred is aware that the distance between him and Jackiel Ayana is closing.
Yes.
So he's
and the thing now is, you would expect that after he has conditioned Kudzete Fred this much with the low kicks, the high body kick from the left or the head kick from the left side will start to play a factor very soon.
Fingers, please.
I like the way Jackiel Ayana throws his strikes. There's no telegraph. He throws his jab from the elbow and just straightens out the joint. That's how someone who has put in hours of repetition into learning that one technique does it. You see less experienced people wind up, they pull, they want to generate power, but a sharper person just extends the limb and does the required damage.
So I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, fight fans out there. I'm a southpaw myself, so I find myself biased. I think I'm starting to understand why I might be a fan of Jackiel Ayana, and it's because he's a southpaw too. But he's playing southpaw so well. He's keeping that lead foot on the outside of his opponent's lead foot. And when you're going southpaw versus orthodox, that's the best way to create these angles and get more success with your shots.
Can we take a second to acknowledge how amazing Jackiel Ayana is performing right now? It almost looks like he hasn't taken one step back in the entire 4 minutes and 20 seconds of this entire round. And he's technically proficient. You see the hands up, you see the jab, snappy, pushing his opponent back. It looks like Kudzete Fred is a deer in the headlights. He doesn't know whether it's a car, he doesn't know if it's a motorcycle being driven by Shegs. He's just getting hit.
Wow. I'll say Kudzete Fred, he's also being very calm, very patient, very technical, taking his reads. I mean, it's the first round. And if you get lucky and you haven't been put to sleep or submitted in the first round, it's always a good opportunity to take reads on your opponent and make adjustments in the second round.
10-second clapper indicating that we are at the end of this first round. Jackiel Ayana putting on a technical performance so far, fighting outside of the range of his opponents, landing significant strikes when they matter, and staying out of harm's way. This has been an excellent showing so far.
I think he might have just edged that round. Both fighters have drawn blood. You know, Jackiel Ayana is cut in the lip, and Kudzete Fred is bleeding from his nose. Both of them don't have a problem yet. Kudzete Fred, as long as his nose is not broken, it's nothing. It's just a scratch. This is MMA. This is fighting. You expect to get hit, don't you?
That was a beautiful pull counter. Throw one in. Oh, you see that jab? He throws his jab like Israel Adesanya does. Straight from the hip, throwing it straight down from your hip up, so the opponent has less time to see it coming because it's out of the peripheral vision. Jackiel Ayana utilizing reach, giving us a very solid stand-up performance in this first round. I'm curious to see if Kudzete Fred will attempt to wrestle in this second round, because as we've seen, that's a way to turn your tides in the African knockouts.
I was just about to say, but hey, who knows what the background of both fighters is. They're both strikers, so I guess they don't mind keeping the fight standing. It would be interesting to see how the dynamics change if one fighter decided to shoot for a takedown. Be interesting to see.
You ready? Let's go.
As we go straight into the second round, more activity from Kudzete Fred.
Ooh.
I think he wants to press the action. He press the focus of this fight, make it a more high tempo exchange. That's what we're seeing so far. But then, can his gas tank hold up? Can his cardiovascular ability sustain him? We're going to find out. Something you should pay attention to, ladies and gentlemen. When the southpaw is fighting an orthodox, the thing that usually determines victory is something called outside foot position. The person who has his foot outside his opponent is generally the person with the most options to land damage, to do damage. And so far, Jackiel Ayana, he hides those subtle foot movements because through feinting. He feints with the right hand, and then the right leg just easily, just slightly gets out of line of his opponent. And those small adjustments are what are setting Kudzete Fred behind in these exchanges. Beautiful job.
I see Jackiel giving him all of this, and the only thing he hasn't thrown is a left head kick. And I'm worried he's trying to set that up. I'm not worried. I think he's trying to set that up, you know.
Something that we will likely have to look out for, a tick, would be the narrowing of the stance just before he throws that kick, because he's been employing a really wide stance, which Kudzete Fred has not punished him for so far. He hasn't given him any leg kicks as well. But if we see Ayana just straighten up a bit, and there we go.
That left leg is going to go to the head soon enough.
Went to the body.
I mean, he was being patient with it initially, but I guess he's getting a bit impatient now. He wants to throw that thing to the head, and I can see why. Well, he's finding a lot of success with that jab.
But you see, if he slips to that right side again, the left high kick might be waiting for his head. So that might be all that Jackiel Ayana has been setting up so far. All right, we have a leg kick, and now we keep watching. Jackiel Ayana is looking smooth as butter this evening. I can't even lie. Amazing performance so far.
Hey, if you've ever been in the octagon or if you've ever been in a fight, you know it's when you're fluid and having fun, when you flow like water, That's when you find more success. If you stiffen up and you clench up and you're so tight, trust me, you're gonna burn out, and you're not gonna have too much fun. You need to have fun doing this. I know it's dangerous, but try and have some fun. Wow, there it is.
There was the left high kick, and we're going to see more of that moving forward because Kudzete Fred has begun to give bigger reactions. I like the defensive proactivity from Jackiel Ayana. Even when throwing, he keeps his left hand up, answering the telephone the entire time. Kudzete Fred, though, I'll give him props for staying relentless. He hasn't shown a sign of weakness, even with the peppering jabs, with the stinging jabs, with the leg kicks. He's still been consistently pressing the action and moving forward.
Yep. Jackiel Ayana, he has invested a lot, you know. He's not throwing too many shots with full power, you know, but he's peppering his man. And so far, Kudzete Fred, he's still in the kitchen. He's still responsible. He's keeping Jackiel Ayana defensively responsible. He's throwing his own shots, and he's just waiting on his moment, you know. If I was Jackiel Ayana, I will not be getting complacent at all.
I know Jackiel Ayana has a lot of fans that are just in love with his style because he makes fighting look poetic. He makes it look beautiful. Look at the face of Kudzete Fred, bleeding red. But look at the face. And you know, you said this, Hugo, that you should never count out a handsome fighter because a handsome fighter has a face that he needs to protect, you know. And that's what we're seeing now. He's landing all the damage. He's being proactive, cutting the cage, utilizing ring IQ, everything required to get him a dub. And it's beautiful to watch.
I'm just impressed with the small Pepe. You know, small Pepe. He's not loading up too much. He's not throwing anything with power, but he's getting there's damage on Fred. You know, and he's not rushing. Small Pepe. But it's nice to see that Kudzete Fred can also sense some urgency, and he's throwing hard shots now. He wants to put Ayana out with every shot.
At this point, the smiling assassin Jackiel Ayana could literally throw a kitchen sink at Kudzete Fred and it would land on the head. That's how much this guy is landing, willy-nilly, at will, just putting damage on the face of his opponent, and it's impressive. This is impressive. This is maybe his most impressive performance that I've seen today.
I'll tell you what, Oche. Kudzete Fred, he's throwing ticks. You know. He's throwing his face. He's throwing his combos. Ayana is right here by the fence, taking it all in, but he's in the wrong corner. He needs to walk all the way to the other side of the cage. He's out here taking it all in from the crowd.
I think we're watching the birth of a star. I feel like we are watching the emergence of one of the next big names on the continent with regards to mixed martial arts. And that kid's name, if he can consistently put out the performance he's putting in right now in this third round we're going into, this might be it. This might be my guy's call to the big leagues, because everybody in this featherweight division is probably watching this tentatively and worried if they have to square up against this guy in the playoffs at the end of the year.
I mean, Kudzete Fred, he's had some success, you know. That was a good cross or a good rear hook to the chin, but I just guess he hasn't landed as many as Jackiel Ayana. Jackiel Ayana has been he's been a lot more accurate, you know. He's more like a sniper, and he's peppering Kudzete Fred and finding a lot of success. Kudzete Fred is caught above his left eye, and that's something that Jackiel Ayana needs to look out for.
As we go into the third and final round, ladies and gentlemen, I'm curious to see the adjustments that Kudzete Fred is going to make going into this one. Striking hasn't really worked out. The defense of Jackiel Ayana has been on point. Jackiel Ayana is not content with moving backwards. He takes one, he throws one or two back in the way of his opponent. And I'm curious. I'm wondering what Kudzete Fred is going to do in adaptation to this to turn the tides in this fight, because it's a fight and it's not over until it's over.
Well, stop, time. Go there.
When the striking is not working, I guess a finger just went in the eye there. How bad is it?
Wait. Eye poke?
And that's an eye poke, it seems.
You can help him a little bit with some
the damage
stuff.
Of the fight extending beyond the
now
strikes.
You see.
And
okay.
that was a poke into the eye. of Jackiel Ayana.
He has
and
5 minutes.
as
You don't need to
as
assess
the
now.
referee and everybody is in charge, trying to verify if he is healthy enough.
You have 5 minutes of time. It's
well,
5 minutes.
I think he has 5 minutes, doesn't he?
Austin, you have the 5 minutes.
So let's see what the doctor
Take
does
your time.
in
You have up to 5
combination
minutes,
with the observation of the referee. Let's see how Jackiel Ayana bounces back from this.
No coach.
It would have been nice to see how that happened.
I don't give DQ to you.
Well, it's nice to see he can open his eye at least, you know, because
the pupil is moving, the eye is moving around. As we go right back into the action that led.
That was the left hand. The left hand.
It was a left hand that just grazed the eye, the eyelid, and got in the eye of the. Oh, that was it.
There
that was it. You can clearly see the hand going, and you saw Jackiel. There was a delayed registry of that stimulus on the side of Jackiel Ayana. It took him a second before he realized, oh, I'm compromised.
Well, hey, these are 4-ounce gloves, and they have no fingers. Okay, and you're not always making a fist in a fight. You know, when you're trying to get defensive, sometimes, especially Muay Thai or Jiu-Jitsu, it's advised you have your fingers out, you know, your fist open. So that happens. Good to see Jackiel back on his feet. You get a big reaction from the crowd.
A warning from the referee, I'm sure, explaining to both gentlemen the implications of eye pokes in the sport of mixed martial arts and why that should not happen again. Look at the blood on the glove of Kudzete Fred. That's all his blood.
There's a little swelling on Jackiel Ayana from that eye poke, so that was actually a lot worse than it looked.
The pull counter has been paying dividends. This kid is fighting the fight of his career so far right now, utilizing every tool in his toolbox to cinch this W. And it is literally poetry in motion, because Kudzete Fred is no slouch either, making his opponent work for every second of this bout. And as we go into the final 3 minutes of this fight,
you need to block those head kicks with 2 hands. Because I'm telling you, man, you block that thing with 1 hand, if your hand doesn't get compromised, you can still get rocked, you know?
Yes.
You need to block with 1 and parry with the other.
Oh,
finally.
Interesting.
Finally.
Interesting. And the smiling assassin is unfazed. You can bring your best, and he will still rise up to the occasion. This guy is a high-level athlete, ladies and gentlemen.
That was good. Good takedown defense, good footwork.
And now we have 3 minutes left in this final round. 3 minutes to make your dreams come true. Kudzete's face is messy, a bloody mess of jabs that has just connected on that left eye consistently and repeatedly, to the point now that he's beginning to look like a mosaic painting.
To be honest, so I got the chance of watching Kudzete shadow box and warm up, and he was throwing a lot of knees, and I kept on saying to myself, oh, this is going to be interesting, man. If any one of these knees land on anybody, they would hurt like hell. But he hasn't thrown
that jab,
one knee.
That jab. Jackiel Ayana, the crowd, this guy is going to become such a superstar after tonight. It's even giving me chills to say that while he's putting on this performance, because this is flawless. He's adapting to everything, utilizing footwork. Do you see him cutting the cage, utilizing angles and pivoting out of the way, framing on the side of his opponent to get out of the way of the takedown? This is MMA, Hugo. Beautiful stuff.
Beautiful footwork, beautiful in and out, beautiful head movement. And his head movement is the type that doesn't leave you too compromised, you know. Kind of reminds me of Israel Adesanya. He just moves his head back and out of the way.
That jab, though, you know, that's the unsung hero of this fight, Jackiel Ayana's jab. That jab has made this fight so difficult and uncomfortable for Kudzete Fred. It's ridiculous. The man from Togo is bleeding out of his face right now just because that jab has been stinging from the opening bell. I imagine that we're going to start seeing, that's an elbow. He's trying to set up an elbow. Yeah. And it's probably a spinning back elbow, because it's one of the things that I know he likes to do. You see, he's waiting for him to come. Oh! And you see, he's trying to set his opponent up. That's what you see. That's the spinning back here.
Good call. Oh, yeah. Good call. I think Kudzete Fred would get he'll get more success if he just toned down on the power. He's trying to take Ayana out with every punch. Just touch him, sometimes just touch him. And that's the thing, Ayana can see him loading up from like 2 miles away.
And we have 30 seconds left in this final round. I won't lie. I'm so impressed by Kudzete Fred, because even at this closing portion of the fight, it's still any man's fight.
Oh boy, he's still so dangerous.
He throws with so much power. And if Jackiel Ayana doesn't utilize his footwork, he could be in the way of some really damaging strikes right now. But you see the same thing again. He's trying to set him up for another elbow. That's why whenever you see the space between both men cover, you see when his guard goes high, he's trying to set him up for an elbow. And it's coming any moment from now.
Last 10 seconds. Last 10 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, every tool in the toolbox being utilized. Clinch, footwork, grappling, everything. This is mixed martial arts action. Whoa. You can see the audience in attention. Everybody on the edge of their seats.
What a fight! What a fight! I guess I'm not the only fan. This was such a good fight. He had everything, man. Jackiel Ayana showed his beautiful footwork. He was slick with it. But hey, we have to give a shout out to Kudzete Fred. He brought that fire. He kept on coming until the very end. He was dangerous. We were never sure it was over. Jackiel Ayana was always within the fight, but he was never out of danger till the very last whistle.
And as you can see the replays on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, Jackiel Ayana putting on a technical masterpiece, creating a Picasso on the face of his opponent, causing damage, doing everything that we are taught in school, in MMA school. Footwork, angles, pivoting, head movement, kicks, punches, calf kicks, body kicks, head kicks, spinning back elbows. You name it, this guy can do it. He probably speaks 7 different languages with this kind of skill. Excellent work.
Hey.
And that was the eye poke that almost derailed the course of this fight. Any moment from now, we should be getting a decision from our ring announcer, Mr. Emmanuel, as he goes into the center of the cage about to announce our fight. And you can see the replays. That was the jab that caused everything. The jab was everything. Excellent work. This is a good fight. As we go into the ring announcer, Emmanuel, to give us our announcement for the evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we have our winner by unanimous decision, Jackiel, the smiling assassin, Ayana!
Perhaps unsurprising to anyone in attendance that Jackiel Ayana came out on top. This is what we were saying. This guy is a star. After tonight, his star is even brighter. Good looking, marketable, high fight IQ, chin of granite, and relentless spirit. This is what we're here for. High level MMA. Hugo, this guy actually reminds me of you sometimes in the way he fights.
I beg you. I don't know if I was ever that decent, man. My jaw is hurting because I was wondering why my jaw hurting, and I realized, shit, I've been smiling from chin to chin for the last how many hours. These guys are just putting on one hell of a show. It's been so much fun to watch. I feel privileged to
look at the
how
punches.
many strikes.
193 strikes thrown in 3 rounds. 47 of those landing. His opponent landed 121. 70 strikes shorter than his opponent. But that's what all that activity, all that technical proficiency, all that footwork, everything comes together to create a good package of a fighter in the person of Jackiel, the smiling assassin, and Ayana. Ladies and gentlemen, like joke, we're already covered 7 fights this evening. We're going into the 8th fight of the evening, which is your co-main event of the evening. This is what I know Hugo is excited for. Melvin, the African sniper, going up against his opponent, Venatius Iyinagolu. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't wait.
So, I mean, Venatius Iyinagolu, this is his debut, and they put him up against Melvin Ugochukwu, the African sniper, who, to be honest, is in contention for the heavyweight title and the light heavyweight championship. And the only guy in the African Knockout Championship right now that beat Muzan, the Shield. So this is a very high stakes fight, especially for Melvin Ugochukwu. But it'll be nice to see what Iyinagolu brings to the table.
That's the beauty of this game we play. You never know what is actually going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, any moment from now, we will return back. Don't leave your seats.
Money point, exceptional. Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just used my money point card to pay.
Savings or current? Using money point has been pure bliss.
As a Fidelity customer, you can take your bank with you wherever you go on our mobile app and star 770 # instant banking platform. Open up a world of opportunities and banking from anywhere without data or internet connection using the code star 770 #. Need to transfer funds? No problem. Pay bills from the comfort of your home? No problem. Buy airtime and check data on the move. Account balance, account opening, and more. No problem. At home or on the go, our mobile app offers all the convenience of online banking, as well as being able to apply for fast loans and earn loyalty reward points. Fidelity Electronic Banking. Take your bank with you wherever you go. We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
was the 7th fight of the evening in the light heavyweight division. No, that was, Hugo, remind me, what division? That was
fight number 7.
Fight number 7, and that was in the lightweight division, yes? Jackiel,
yeah,
Ayana
those are the featherweights.
So far, I won't lie, that was my best fight of the evening. I can't even front. The performance put on by Jackiel Ayana, something, it's just beautiful. Like, I called it a mosaic, I called it a Picasso. It's art, it's poetry in motion, and I'm just glad that I got to witness all of that happen. So now, Hugo, we're going into our co-main event of the evening. A lot of stakes riding on this one. Melvin, the African sniper, Ugochukwu, making a return to the stage, but we're looking at the replays on the screen right now. The smiling assassin doing a very good job, cutting the cage, keeping that cage as small as possible, and dismantling the face of his opponent.
This was like discipline and patience, you know. You need to have a game plan, you need to believe it's working, and then you need to stick to it. You need to be disciplined enough to stick to it. And I stand by it. I say he wasn't throwing everything with power, and I think that's why he was finding more success. You know, he was just relaxed and just making sure he lands, you know, and he was just throwing small pepper, you know, just pepper him up a little bit. It all adds up. And I guess that's why he found success. Oh, so I mean, look at this. It was jab, straight to the head kick. Oh boy, spinning back fist. He kept on setting up the spinning elbows. He showed us everything, you know. He came with a lot. He came with a lot.
All right, and just like that, the action has been concluded from that 7th fight. Jackiel Ayana, like we were pointing out, that's a star. After tonight, his star is not even going to shine. It's going to shine even brighter. But then now we're going into fight 7. We have Venatius Iyinagolu versus Melvin, the African sniper, Ugochukwu. This one is guaranteed to be fireworks, because Melvin is a crowd favorite, 26 years of age, really young, open-minded, hungry and dedicated to the game. I think in this particular fight, we're going to be looking more at skill. There's no clear physical advantage or disadvantage to either man. They are both roughly the same height. They both have well, the reach is in the favor of Venatius, so it's up to us to see if he's going to utilize that. 32 years of age on the side of Venatius, 26 on Melvin. But age ain't nothing but a number once you step in that cage, and we're about to see that happen.
Well, the more experienced man in the African Knockout Championship is Melvin Ugochukwu. He's been here a few times. He's a staple and a crowd favorite. He's not actually from Abuja. He moved here, I think, last year, and he's been here for about a year. But he is such a crowd favorite. Yeah, he resonates with the crowd. They love him. And this is also a big chance for him. It's the first time he's co-main event. And it's a big chance for him. And whoever wins is going straight to the top.
Whoever wins is going straight to the top. Ladies and gentlemen, any moment from now, we will be meeting our fighters. This is the African Knockout Championship. Keep it locked in and don't leave your seats.
is a 5-minute, 3 rounds of action in the AKO Championship Light Heavyweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner is a professional MMA fighter with a record of 2 wins and no loss. Fighting out of Anambra, Nigeria, Venatius Vega Iyinagolu. Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner is a striker with a professional MMA record of 4 wins and 1 loss. Fighting out of Abuja, Nigeria, Melvin, the African sniper, Ugochukwu. Our referee at the center of the ring is Michael Watcher.
Okay, gentlemen, this is co-main event. You both know the rules. Protect yourself at any time. Listen to my command. When I say stop, you stop. Touch glove if you like. Okay, go back to your corner. Stay there. Yeah. Stay there, okay? Stay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is fight 8 in the light heavyweight division. Interesting start to the fight. Woo! I think Venatius came here to make an impression that he is not going to back down. But then that gas tank, can it hold with this kind of frenetic pace that we're starting it? But maybe I'm talking too soon. We've only been in this for 20 seconds. Hugo, help us walk through what's happening.
Well, like I said earlier, the more experienced guy in the African Knockout Championship is Melvin Ugochukwu. And I've seen him go the distance a few times. He's actually had to do 3 rounds more than once in his career. So I know he has a gas tank and he can go as far. But Venatius has started this fight high octane. I just hope he can maintain this pace, because if he can't, he's going to find himself in trouble after 2 or 3 minutes.
And you see something about this pace that Venatius is pressing on Ugochukwu Melvin, is that it's actually making Melvin do some things that are uncharacteristic to him, such as reaching in and being wild like you just saw him do. But so you might look at it and say Venatius is not fighting like he's as experienced, but then he's getting a reaction out of Melvin. So it's interesting to watch.
I hope Melvin remembers how his fight with Xavier, the Oga Boa, went, because the moment you start to play to the crowd or start getting emotional and want to brawl and get crazy, that's the chance you leave big gaps and openings, and you might just be put to sleep. So I'm sure he wouldn't get carried away and play this brawling game with Iyinagolu. He's just going to leave him to burn out, I guess. Well,
he's a lot more disciplined now. You can definitely say that. Melvin, you could argue that in the past Melvin would get a little too carried away and do stuff like what we just saw now, overhand right, and then he gets taken to the floor. But then it's still any man's fight. At this point, Venatius, this is a muscle choke. This isn't what you would call it's not how you're taught to do it in class. He's really trying to power through it. But Melvin doing a good job, fighting the hands, and we're getting resets right back into neutral.
And this is where, if Melvin has any gaps in his game, I think he does have gaps. It's his grappling. I always thought his wrestling, except he's done some work on it now. His grappling is where I think he has a lot of wrinkles in his game. So let's see how it goes. Now they find themselves in some sort of clinch. Oh, Iyinagolu throwing a knee as they break out of the clinch.
The gas tank may be slowing down on the side of Venatius Iyinagolu, and we're about to see what he's like under pressure, or are we? Because this might just be how he fights.
Oh, that was a heavy
left hand connecting on Melvin. Melvin is out. Melvin is out, ladies and gentlemen. The referee got in the way. The hometown favorite has been upset. Venatius Iyinagolu coming here and silencing the Abuja crowd. Overhand left, following the opponent in Melvin Ugochukwu, chasing him down and taking it emphatically.
That's what happens with the big boys That's what happens with the big boys. To be honest, I think Venatius Iyinagolu was about to burn the gas tank. He was almost done. He dug deep, and he showed himself. You know, that was African power, Anambra power from the east, because that left hook was from hell. You know.
I think we can call that pounded yam power. That's the power you get from the soil. That's the power you get from African local food that has plenty spice and is heavy. We don't do that fiber stuff too often here. We like our soup, we like our carbs, we like pepper, we like salt. And this guy just came and put on a pounded yam clinic on the hometown favorites in Melvin, the African sniper.
In the first round as well, on his debut. I think it's just time to sink in now. I see him, he's gone all the way back to his corner. He's on his knees with his hands in the air. I think it has just sunk in. He's just realized what he has just done. It's his first fight in the African Knockout Championship, and what a way to introduce himself.
What a way to introduce himself indeed, as we see the replays on the screen. Venatius, you know something that I think needs to be pointed out to Melvin by his corners and his coaches, is that he likes to lean. He leans backward. You don't lean because
his chin up, don't he?
If you lean backwards, the counter to that is to double the jab. Because if you double the jab, the person has nowhere to lean backwards to, and you can do your damage from there. But Melvin, from his first fight in the African Knockout, has had a habit of leaning, and then that left hook eventually connected.
And then the uppercut.
And that was it. That was it.
He never really found the leg.
That was all she wrote. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move to the ring, our announcer, Emmanuel, will give us the winner of the fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, at exactly 3 minutes 20 seconds of the first round, we have our winner by TKO, Venatius Vega Iyinagolu.
You have to love the spirit of sportsmanship on display. Shaking the hands of his opponents, shaking hands, hugging, exchanging pleasantries, and we have Venatius Iyinagolu enjoying his moments in the sun. He's worked and trained hard for it, and here he is, upsetting the hometown favorites and going home with the victory. As we go right into the final fight of the evening, it's important to remind everyone that we've done 8 fights already tonight. If you blink, you might miss it. But here we are. This is the African Knockout from the ThisDay Dome in Abuja. I'm joined by my friend Hugo Ndoma Egba. Hugo, say something for the people at home before we go into the final fight of the evening, featuring your good friend, Machine Gun Shakes.
I can't believe we've already gone through 8 fights. And not one fight, every single fight has been entertaining. Every single fight has had these fans on their feet. And I'm sure you are all entertained at home. I hope you're strapped in, like I said, because if you're not strapped in, you will fall on your seats. And we haven't had the main event yet, and that's what we're here for. The main event between Ogunnoiki and Marcel Kouadio. That is going to be a banger, and I can't wait to see what happens next.
That is going to be a banger. We can't wait because the implications for that fight are massive for this entire region. Machine Gun Shakes is someone who has literally put his life on the line in order to raise the next generation of martial artists in Abuja and in Nigeria. And I just can't wait to see how it's all going to come together this evening, because as we know, Marcel Kouadio, he is a killer, knocking out Sheriff Drame in emphatic fashion during the last AKO4 event in Abuja. And I can't wait to see how those clash of styles is going to shape out in this next fight. As we can see on the screen right now, total strikes thrown and total strikes landed. Not a lot in this one because the fight was rather short. 21 strikes thrown, 11 strikes landed on the side of Melvin, 40 thrown, 19 landed on the side of Venatius Iyinagolu, and knees kicked, similar story Just a basic fundamental fight, and Iyinagolu came out on top.
Power, power, power. That's what happens in the light heavyweight division, you know. All it takes is one punch. One punch or one kick is always the game changer. One hit, cleanly landed, can change the game. We saw that with Xavier Adams-Boa ending Dennis Johnson with one jab, and then we've seen it now with the left hook from Iyinagolu, followed up by a right, and that put Ugochukwu to sleep. And after the break, we'll be coming back with the main event.
Money point, exceptional. Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just use my money point card to pay.
Savings or current? Using money point has been pure bliss.
As a Fidelity customer, you can take your bank with you wherever you go on our mobile app and star 770 # instant banking platform. Open up a world of opportunities and banking from anywhere without data or internet connection using the code star 770 #. Need to transfer funds? No problem. Pay bills from the comfort of your home? No problem. Buy airtime and check data on the move. Account balance, account opening, and more. No problem. At home or on the go, our mobile app offers all the convenience of online banking, as well as being able to apply for fast loans and earn loyalty reward points. Fidelity Electronic Banking. Take your bank with you wherever you go. We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Money point, exceptional. Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just use my money point card to pay.
Savings or current? Using money point has been pure bliss.
As a Fidelity customer, you can take your bank with you wherever you go on our mobile app and star 770 # instant banking platform. Open up a world of opportunities and bank in from anywhere without data or internet connection using the code star 770 #. Need to transfer funds? No problem. Pay bills from the comfort of your home? No problem. Buy airtime and check data on the move. Account balance, account opening, and more. No problem. At home or on the go, our mobile app offers all the convenience of online banking, as well as being able to apply for fast loans and earn loyalty reward points. Fidelity Electronic Banking. Take your bank with you wherever you go. We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Money point, exceptional. Went from being just a company you heard about to one you experienced every day.
I just use my money point card to pay.
Savings or current? Using money point has been pure bliss.
As a Fidelity customer, you can take your bank with you wherever you go on our mobile app and star 770 # instant banking platform. Open up a world of opportunities and bank in from anywhere without data or internet connection using the code star 770 #. Need to transfer funds? No problem. Pay bills from the comfort of your home? No problem. Buy airtime and check data on the move. Account balance, account opening, and more. No problem. At home or on the go, our mobile app offers all the convenience of online banking, as well as being able to apply for fast loans and earn loyalty reward points. Fidelity Electronic Banking. Take your bank with you wherever you go. We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the African Knockout Championship season 2024 as we go into the final fight of the evening. This is your main event. Machine Gun Sheg's Ogunnoiki going up against the Ivorian Kouadio Marcel. We can't wait. Hugo, I know you've been keeping your emotions in check all evening because Shegs is such a close friend and competitor, but I would like to hear what you're feeling and thinking as we go into this final fight of the evening.
Well, there's so much at stake, especially for Ogunnoiki. He's been a bit inconsistent in the African Knockout Championship. And I mean, he's Abuja's very own. He's a crowd favorite. and he's a crowd favorite for a reason. You know, he has a very nice style. He's really efficient. Kouadio Marcel, on the other hand, we haven't seen too much of him, but the little we did see scared the hell out of us. You know, first off, he can take one hell of a punch because he took Drame's hardest hit, and then he dished out 2 punches that put Drame to sleep. In fact, he was asleep by the first punch. So we know this boy can take one hell of a punch, and we know he packs so much power in his hands. So something for Segun to watch out for.
And the thing now is that the power punch from Sheriff Drame landed on the neck of Yao Marcel. Okay. Now, you could say that that's luck, but even having a neck that can withstand that kind of power is an achievement in itself, ladies and gentlemen. So let's not get that twisted. This is fight 9 of the evening. Hugo, I know that it's going to be a difficult task to handle the commentary of this next one when you're so invested in it. But then I know you're up to the task, and the outcome is
I can do this.
I know you can do this. I believe in you.
Yeah, it's gonna be an emotional roller coaster. But hey, good luck to both fighters. I wish they put up a good performance, and I wish both of them no serious injuries or no injuries at all if they can avoid it. I mean, if they can afford it.
And ladies and gentlemen, meet your fighters as Yao Marcel makes his way to the cage.
Let's play.
world. This is the main event of the evening. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's a professional wrestler and a Muay Thai fighter with a professional MMA record of 1 win and 0 loss. Fighting out of Languin Banu, Ivory Coast, Kouadio, Marcel, Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, is a professional kickboxer and a jiu-jitsu fighter with a professional MMA record of 5 wins and 3 losses. Fighting out of Abuja, Nigeria, Segun, Machine Gun Sex, Ogunnoiki. Our referee at the center of the ring is Michael Watcher.
Come here, calm down. Come here, come here. Come here to me, come to me. Okay, gentlemen, this is the main event. You both know the rules. Protect yourself at any time. Listen to my command. When I say stop, you stop. Shake hand if you like. Go back to your corner.
And just like that, the moment you have all been waiting for is upon us. Machine Gun Sheiks Ogunnoiki versus Kouadio Marcel, and we are about to go into the final portion of this event. 11:30 on the clock in Abuja, Nigeria. Wherever you're watching from, results may differ, but the action has begun.
They both look like they wanted to sprint.
Interesting level change from Sheiks. Once he saw the aggressive start from Kouadio Marcel, switching to a single leg takedown, securing one leg, trying to turn the corner in order to offset the balance of his opponent and take this into the ground.
Marcel seems very strong, but Segun is not in a hurry. It's a good entry and he's in a good position. But Marcel has a tremendous strength. He seems to have reversed it with a good sprawl. And I can see Segun thinking about peeking out to take the back.
This is a
should be careful and watch out for those knees.
Middleweight bout, and you can see that this is the fight that people were waiting for. Kouadio Marcel trying to be a wet blanket on Sheiks' homecoming party in his city of Abuja. Here we go. Now we're on the ground. I like the aggression being displayed from these guys.
He's really strong, and he's put Segun on notice, letting him know that here. I mean, when you shoot for a takedown, I'm going to make it difficult for you.
I like
but
this.
So far, so good.
Different wrinkles being shown by Sheiks. We do know that he's been working on his grappling, and as we go, Kouadio Marcel pressing, can sense the pressure that he has been mounting is paying dividends, and he's applying that extra pressure on Sheiks now.
He definitely packs a punch, and he definitely has.
3 minutes and 30 seconds left on this first round. Still a lot of time to work. Still a lot of time to work as we have Sheiks trying to secure.
He's trying to set up a heel hook here.
A heel hook. Hugo.
But Marcel seems to have very a long reach, you know, and like he's just raining down those punches.
Has
and
a
now
long
Segun
reach
has given him his
and
back.
is incredibly strong. Now, taking the back of Segun, we need to see Sheiks get back to his feet and turn into his opponent so as to continue the fight.
He needs to weather the storm, you know. He needs to weather the storm. And I know there's so much invested in this, and I know the crowd is behind him. He must be under so much pressure, but he just needs to calm it down. I'm taking Marcel down. Unbelievable that the ref, I mean, it's the main event, so it's understandable that the ref has given him every chance to stay in this. But what? The crowd is going mad. They are going wild. A beautiful head kick. Set it all up for Segun. And now he finds himself on top, trying to finish the fight on the ground and pound.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can barely even hear Hugo anymore. Everybody and their mother and their brother and their uncle and their sisters are on the edge of their feet as we watch this main event. Machine Gun Sheiks, full mount position, raining damage, 1 minute and 15 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, we're watching history. History being made. History being made. History being made.
Go. It's been a bit crazy. It's been a bit crazy. But that's how much support Ogunnoiki has in Abuja. And we are fighting in his home city.
Calm down, okay?
Honestly, I thought I was going to cry. But I'm so excited. And I'm so happy. I cannot believe he pulled this off, you know. Marcel is a scary prospect. We all know what he brings. And we saw that in the first round here. How much power every strike came with. And he had rocked Segun once or twice. He even put him down once. And Segun had to weather the storm. And actually come from behind. He had to throw, he had to show the heart of a champion, the heart of a true lion. And the reason why he is a fan favorite. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 48 seconds into the first round, we have our winner by TKO, Segun, the Machine Gun Shanks, Ogunnoiki.
I'm here. Oh, what a fight, ladies and gentlemen. And that is the main event, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we came here for. Every fight has been a build-up to this, and it's just beautiful. It's just beautiful. I mean, there was so much pressure on Ogunnoiki to deliver, and what a way to deliver. What a way to deliver in front of his home crowd. This is old school Segun. This is old school Segun. We expected to see a lot of wrestling, and just for him to finish with the trademark ground and pound. That's the Segun that we know, and the Segun that we all fell in love with. That's why he's a crowd favorite. What a way to recover from his fight with Flex Munwe. And hey, all of a sudden he's back up there at second. Got it. Oh, you need to see what's going on in the crowd. You need to see what's going on in the crowd. TMA boys are going crazy out here. Yes, now we're going through the fight card and the statistics right now. Wow, a lot of strikes thrown by both fighters. Similar numbers, to be honest, in the strikes. Well, I guess one fighter was more accurate with the shot. And shortly we'll be on stage, in the ring, in the octagon, with the winner of our main event.
Never be dropped down, the African
Ladies and gentlemen, I am with the winner of your main event for the evening, a person who needs no introduction, Segun Machine Gun Shegs Ogunnoiki. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Shegs. So Shegs, that fight started heavy, high octane, a lot of pressure at the beginning. Marcel came out like a bat out of hell, but you weathered the storm. Can you walk us through that?
First off, thank you everyone who came out to support Machine Gun Shegs. Thank you everyone who came out to support TMA. Honestly, I don't take it for granted. I appreciate you so much. And back to the fight, my approach was to start calm, start easy, get a little feel of his power, see what he came with. But like you said, he came out guns blazing. He came for my head. But like you also said, I weathered the storm and I had to step up my pace to his pace. And gladly, it came out my way.
It did come out your way. Ladies and gentlemen, Machine Gun Shegs, this crowd is ridiculous. The energy on display is palpable. And I'm curious to know, what does it mean to be Abuja's firstborn son of mixed martial arts and to receive all this love?
What can I say? What can I say? I appreciate it so much. I feel a surge of energy just going through my system. I appreciate every single one of you for coming out. I appreciate it so much. That's all I can say.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's not often that you see Shegs get emotional, but I'm getting the privilege to see that firsthand. This man has made history tonight in the African Knockout Championship in the city of Abuja in front of a sold-out crowd, and we are curious, what is next for the Machine Gun?
Something explosive is next for the Machine Gun. I will keep the exact details in my back pocket, but one thing is for sure, every single person here will get wind of it when it does happen. And the Machine Gun will step back in the cage and give you some electrifying performance. One time, when I say 1, 2, 3, give me TMA 1, 2, 3. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That's the end of our show for tonight. I have been your commentator and host, Ocheyong Jolofedache. Get home safe and good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the AKO round 5 of the African Knockout Championship, and those were your 9 fights, and that was the main event, Ogunnoiki versus Kouadio. Let's have a recap of all the fights we've had today. Abdul Sankara versus Daniel Iwoha. That was won by Abdul Sankara by a unanimous decision. A beautiful way to start the fight card. Next was Fatouf Youssef versus Andere Victor Odiwo, and that was such a wonderful performance. It was both fighters' debut, but Fatouf Youssef came on top, and his performance was exquisite. He won with a beautiful armbar. After that, we had Yahaya Muhamed versus Emmanuel Christian, and that was from a technical knockout by the way of ground and pound from Yahuza. Then we had the freak show Xavier Adams-Boa, aka the Ogre, versus Dennis the Stone Johnson, and that fight ended in about 20 seconds. You know, all it took was one hit from Xavier Adams-Boa, and it was a jab, and that was the end. That was all she wrote. And after that, we had Cornel Thompson versus James Opio, and the Marine boxer, a staple in this division. He was able to come up with a unanimous decision by his grappling heavy strategy. And then we had Theresa Ajiboye. And then we have Jackiel Ayana versus Kudzete Fred, which was won by Jackiel Ayana by a unanimous decision. It was such a wonderful performance from the young and rising star. And then a big surprise in his debut, we had Venatius Iyinagolu versus Melvin, the African sniper Ugochukwu. And he definitely put the Abuja crowd to silence, because Melvin was a big crowd favorite, but Venatius had plans of his own, and he knocked him out. And in the final and the main event, Segun Ogunnoiki versus Marcel Kouadio, and it was electrifying. It was electrifying. Every other fight was just a build-up and a build-up and a beautiful build-up for this main event. And we hope you had fun at home. We want to give a thanks to the ThisDay Dome for giving us such a beautiful venue, to all our sponsors, Fidelity Bank, Abuja Continental, Naira Box, DSTV. We thank you, and then we thank everybody at home for watching. Good night and have a good time.